towards the northeast. I'm going to give a storm track on that here in just a moment. That warning box is going to pop up on your radar here shortly, but this is going to take it on a track, and if we can go to Max 1, Steve, this is going to take it on a track that comes through the northern side of Pope County and into the northern sections of Van Buren County and into southern sections of Searcy County. This is a call to action for the city of Marshall. Let's say Marshall to Botkenburg. If you're in those locations, let's go ahead and get to a safe place immediately. This area of rotation continues to strengthen, and we're going to be moving off towards the northeast at a pretty rapid clip here. These storms tonight are going to be moving very fast. This one is moving northeast, Barry, at 65 miles per hour. So at 65, we'll just put a storm track on it at as fast as we can there. It only lets me go to 55 on that scan. But we're getting into the Marshall area before 9 o'clock. So this is going to be a fast-moving storm that races across North Arkansas. And right now, that is the only tornado-warned storm in the Channel 7 viewing area, and we'll be watching that. Allrad there is listed at 8:48, and Shirley, in the vicinity of Shirley, probably sometime before Marshall area, before 9 o'clock. So this is going to be a fast-moving storm that races across North Arkansas, and right now, that is the Allrad there is listed at 8:48, and Shirley, in the vicinity of Shirley, probably sometime before 9:10. Now this is going to cross Highway 7, a very busy highway there in northern Pope County as you hit the higher terrain. Highway 7 here in just a few minutes. If we don't have a tornado down, this storm looks very capable of putting one down. I'll also tell you that tonight it's not a guarantee, but it is very possible that we do get some storm development off towards the west of Little Rock. There's a good chance, I think, that we might get one storm, maybe two. And right now we're watching for development over Yell County and off towards the southwest of Russellville. If these storms can organize, we could have a tornado threat to more of central Arkansas. So far, we only have storms down along the I-40 corridor and to the northeast. So that is what we're watching right now. I think this could be a longer type severe weather event, and all you need to do is have a way to get warnings, and when those warnings are issued, that is when you take action. And right now we have a call to action for Marshall to Botkenburg, back towards the northern section of Pope County. It's northern Pope County, does not include Dover, does not include Russellville, does not include Atkins. This is much further towards the north there. I'll zoom in too far. And Dover is well to the south of the storm. I think it's actually going to pass north of Hector as well.
All right, let's come back and kind of take an overview. That we've zoomed in close on that storm, rightly so. But you can see those showers and even storms that are trying to develop out in western Arkansas and move up toward the central part of the state. National Weather Service and as we were looking at the storm development, said that North Arkansas is really going to be that area this evening that we think the explosive development will occur, but it is certainly possible as we get farther to the south. Over into Yell County, though, there are a couple of showers that are really trying to develop, and so keep a close watch, River Valley, on these storms, not just the ones that are very large. Obviously, this one has a lot of hail potential with it, and the one up in Mountain Home, this storm, long way from the radar side up there, but it looks like it's going to be moving very close or just to the northwest of Mountain Home. Moving at 65 miles per hour, it will be out of the state fairly quickly. And then the other storm that we're looking at is southwest of Yellville, and another one on down coming out of Newton County. And we have confirmed with the Newton County storm out to the east of Jasper, golf ball sized hail there. So these are big hail producers. They're going to be wind producers. And with the setup in the atmosphere, increasingly over the next couple of hours, I think they're going to have the potential to be tornado producers. And of course, we do have the one tornado warned storm. James just told you about how quickly this storm is moving toward Smyrna. If you're in the small community of Smyrna in North Pope County, you need to get into a safe spot. You want to put as many barriers between you and the outside as you can and get down to the lowest floor. If you have a storm shelter, obviously that's a great place. If you have a below ground level, a basement, that's a great place, but not a lot of folks do. And so we're watching this storm as it moves up within the red polygon, but we're looking at this little area of rotation here, and I'm going to show you this relative velocity or the wind field inside this storm, and you'll see it right there. Yeah, there is the area where the reds and the greens are coming together. It's It's a very rural area, but it is crossing Highway 7 north of Dover. So Dover, you're south of the circulation. It'll be moving right towards Smyrna coming up with Springs. Also in the path of this storm, obviously it has a broad area where you're going to take cover, but the rotation area is one very small part of that. Again, I'm going to back out, though, just a little bit. I don't want to get too focused in because on down the road, Marshall, you're there, Highway 65 corridor right here, and that is the rotating area. And James, I haven't looked at this yet, but there's also a little rotation starting to be evident. Could be elevated rotation up to the north of there.
All right, I just want to call out a few locations that are in northern Pope County. We've got Smyrna, we've got Victor, just a couple of these smaller towns that are in northern Pope County, and then eventually we could approach Leslie and Botkenburg. So if you're in those couple of towns between Clinton and Marshall, it's moving at 65 miles per hour. I know it seems like it's a long ways away, but now is the time to go to your tornado safe place, interior room. If you're in a mobile home, if you're in a car, now's the time to move. We should have no travel right now between Marshall and Clinton on US 65. You need to get to a safe place. You've got about, you've got about 20 minutes before this thing comes up from the southwest. I've got a time track on it here, 8:54 coming up in the vicinity of Marshall. I think it would need to take a jog to the north, really to impact Marshall. But I think it's going to stay just towards the south. And Clinton, you're well to the south. If this thing took a right turn, you could be in the path of that as well. So just keep that in mind. You're not in the tornado warning, but I wouldn't give you the all clear just yet. Eventually, if this thing holds together, it is going to be in Mountain View in less than an hour. So those of you in Mountain View, go ahead and start thinking about how to take your tornado precautions tonight. And that is way down the road, but I think these supercells tonight could be of the long track variety. All right, we've got Simpson, we've got Victor, Smyrna, Zion Hill, Chimes. That's in the northwest part of Van Buren County. You are in the tornado warning. Dabney, Allred, Woolham, and up to Botkenburg and up towards the Marshall area. All you guys need to get into a safe place right now. And Barry, I think you're right. We're getting other areas of rotation along the line. Pretty much every storm right now is rotating. We've got the one southwest of Yellville. We've got the one near the Buffalo River in western Searcy County. And then in addition to the storm that currently has a tornado warning, and I believe there's a new tornado warning coming now for the storm that is going to be north of Marshall. And I think that's the latest from the National Weather Service. We should see that pop up here in just a second. So St. Joe, Gilbert, I think it's time to get into your tornado safe place on a night like tonight. I think we've got, I think everything's in place that we should be getting into our tornado safe place as soon as these storms get close. And Barry, very quickly, we've had storms organized down into Yell and Pope counties now approaching the Russellville area. Those are going to really bear watching here over the next little bit.
Yeah, I'm just watching those. Yeah, right around Danville, you've had some development, and there it is right there. Near Russellville, those are racing off to the northeast. But this one, even though this storm went north of Dover, this storm is really developing out to the west of Russellville near London, heading toward Dover. And so that's going to be another one of those storms. We'll see if that is a rotating storm, much like the ones up to the north. What James and I were looking at a little bit earlier, the humidity levels, the moisture content in the air, not quite as high just out to the west, but it's coming into an area where there is more moisture in the air, and that may be just the kick, the little bit of punch that these storms need to begin to grow up a little higher and tap into what is extraordinary wind energy up above for tonight. Okay, let's talk about the tornado-warned storm and also the one up in Mountain Home. Looks like it's going to the north of Mountain Home, but near to the north of Hector, crossing Highway 7, that's going to be an area that we are concerned with. And also, I've been watching up to the north near Snowball. I know that's a long way from the radar site. If we could go to max number 2, Steve, I want to show those storms. That one did look like a rotation with it out to the west of Yellville. And that's it. That's in that Snowball area up there. This is Highway 7 over here. So this storm also will be moving across that corridor, and we're going to watch all of these storms. Actually, that's east of Highway 7. That'll be moving down into Searcy County. Excuse me, that's Marion County. So Marion County, and then the one right on down, Searcy County. Be aware that this storm could be a tornado producer as well. And there's so many storms, it's hard to see because they're so covered up, the county lines there. And then the one that is crossing Highway 7 right there in Pope County. Reds, greens coming together right there and moving off to the northeast. And it's entirely possible that is producing a tornado. We'll have to see, but we're going to just, on all of these storms, we're going to say they have the potential to rotate tonight. And so when we talk about, oh, there's a severe thunderstorm warning and it's hailing there, just keep in the back of your mind, this could also be a tornado producer, and some of them have already had that happen. But these storms, James, they are moving so very, very fast that we're going to have to keep a close watch. I'm going to go back to our radar here and just give you another overview. Looking at the storms now, north of Danville, north of Russellville, this storm in the northern part of Pope County. Another one that's moved out of Newton County into Searcy County. Not tornado warned right now, but we're watching that, and the one up into Marion County as well. That looks like an area that both we and the National Weather Service were looking at for just an extreme amount of potential as far as tornadoes are concerned. And if you're in that area out in advance of this, even if it looks like you're a long way away, just think about a car driving down the road at 65 miles per hour. It doesn't take very long. You get a lot of miles down the road, but these storms are moving at 65 miles per hour. And we'll put another track on this one. And in where the little hook is right there, moving at 65 miles per hour. I'm going to have to back out because it takes up so much real estate. But this storm is moving at such a rate that, Leslie, you'll be in the path of this storm as well. And there we go. As it moves off at 65 miles per hour. Bear Creek, Marshall 853, Timbo 905, Mountain View at 915, and Calico Rock at 921. That's how far this thing will go. Just down to the south of Marshall on 65 there, Leslie, that would be an area that you need to pay special attention to us right now, and as it gets a little bit closer, just go to that safe spot in your house, the lowest floor of the house, the most interior part of your house. James?
All right, so I'll call out a couple of the communities that are being impacted right now. This storm is near Simpson, it's just now east of Simpson. It's crossed over Highway 7. It's headed towards Victor, Smyrna, Raspberry, all in northern Pope County. Eventually, I would say if you were located in just a few of these places, Tilley, Chimes, Zion Hill, Dabney, that's in the northwest part of Van Buren County, all those spots. The time is right now to go to a tornado safe place. As far as the exact circulation goes, I think it probably will get stronger with time, because I think as these storms move east, there's a better chance that they're going to produce tornadoes. So it's rotating rapidly, could be producing a tornado. That last scan right there tightened up that area of rotation, so we are approaching Arkansas Highway 27. And again, Raspberry coming up on Chimes in the northwest part of Van Buren County. And if you're near Victor, that is really, which we had a tornado come through there a few years ago, very close to there anyway. I'm going to look at our debris tracker. And because if something's going through this area of the state, it's heavily forested, so we can get, what you'll see is debris lofted up into the air, and the radar can tell the difference between raindrops and if it's tree limbs or leaves or something like that. So we have this very strong area of rotation near Victor. It's east of Simpson, which is located on Highway 7, and we're approaching Arkansas State Highway 27. Chimes is about right here, so if you're in Chimes, get in your tornado safe place. We're rapidly approaching US 65. I'd say from Marshall down to Leslie, Botkenberg, get in your tornado safe spot. I think this thing will probably try to produce a tornado. And another thing about the tornadoes today, many of our tornadoes in Arkansas only last a couple of minutes. They get down, we say they're down, and then they're back up. The tornadoes tonight may try to get down and stay down on the ground, and this is our first storm that's really has an attempt to do that. So we're going to see if that's possible here over the next few minutes. The tornado warning that we're talking about runs all the way through northern Van Buren County and southern Searcy County. And of course, this is just a classic supercell structure. And just kind of zooming out to give you a picture back towards the Little Rock metro area. What we don't want to see is multiple storms forming back down the line, because they can all become supercells. we're getting an attempted development north of Russellville and just to the south of Russellville. In fact, those two storms may merge and form into a supercell. Right now, the only mature storm that we have in our viewing area is up in northern Pope County, and it's approaching northern Van Buren County. The storm that's up in the northern part of Searcy County does have rotation, does not have a tornado warning. I misspoke earlier. I thought they were issuing a warning for that cell, but it is not under a tornado warning. It still does, though, have very impressive rotation right along US 65. We're looking from the Little Rock radar, and there's pretty strong rotation there, and that is just to the south of St. Joe and really right on top of the Buffalo River crossing where US 65 goes over the Buffalo River. So not a tornado warning for that cell, but for those of you up there on a night like tonight, it might be a good idea to remain in your tornado safe spot for at least a couple more minutes. Barry, back down the line, you know, we continue to see this stuff here towards Russellville organized. Now, Russellville doesn't have an immediate tornado threat, but it may be time to start thinking about where this storm is headed off towards the south.
I agree, and severe thunderstorm warning was just issued for that storm.
Okay.
So it's growing rapidly. In Dover, remember what I just said, all of these storms, I'm going to move this over just a little bit, all of these storms that are going up tonight, if they have if they get tall enough, they'll have a wind potential that can really tap into that. And I think that every one of these, we have to think it's potentially a tornado-producing storm. I know it's a severe thunderstorm warning right now. I see the hail core is growing. That just means the storm is going up and up. And when it gets high enough, then it really can tap into those winds that blow unabated by friction down here at the surface, and those winds are very, very strong tonight. So Dover, pay special attention. I'd say stay away right there and just to the north on Highway 7. Stay away from exterior walls and windows in your house. The wind is going to start to pick up with this storm. There's no sign that I can see of rotation yet, except that the tail end of it is coming back. But that doesn't look like an obvious tornado-producing storm. But the one up to the north, east of Highway 7 right now. See how quickly this has moved? There's a Highway 7 corridor. Now, quickly, moving very near Smyrna, and that's an area that could very well be producing a tornado. We aren't completely sure. I didn't see any debris that was detected along with this, but let's just watch this area very closely as then it moves very, very fast off to the east, and that would put it over into Van Buren County eventually. But the storm in Dover, let's pay special attention to that. One down to the south of Russellville. And as James was saying, we don't want to see this growth on down to the south, continuing down. But this storm in southeastern Yell County is trying to get organized. It's having a little bit more difficulty than the ones farther north, and certainly the ones up in the north central part of the state. If you're in that northern part of Pope County near Smyrna right now, you need to go into the safe spot in your home, in your dwelling, the lowest level, the most interior part, and get just a number of barriers, the most you can, between you and the outside as you possibly can. Any other storms that look like they're rotating? Well, I don't know, but this storm looks like it's rotating even stronger now.
I'm watching for a debris signature, and I think we're close enough to this location that if we get a debris signature, we're going to know if a tornado is down. I think it could be down at any point. The storm is definitely rotating. It could go down at any point. We're now just to the east of Victor. There's State Highway 27 right here. No-Go, and then Dabney and Chimes are off here towards the east. If you're in any of these locations along Highway 27, even State Highway 16, now is the time to get in your tornado safe spot. Remember, this is moving at highway speeds, 65 miles per hour. Every 2 to 4 minutes, we're going to get a radar update that's going to change the position of it. But remember, at 65 miles per hour, we're actually probably now across or getting very close to State Highway 27 as we move towards the northeast. I want to put a storm track on this off towards the northeast, because those of you that are up towards the northeast, maybe along the US 65 corridor, this is going to be getting very close to you very soon, and we'll time it out at about 60 miles per hour. Leslie and US 65, we're looking at about 8:59, so maybe about 20 to 25 minutes before this reaches you. And if this storm holds together, which we have no reason to believe that storms right now are just going to start falling apart, although that would be preferred, eventually Stone and Izard Counties, Mountain View, the 9:23, that is the projected time. So this is less than an hour. Look, we just got a radar update. It continues to move very, very quickly, and it looks like it does continue to strengthen. So this is what we call a mature supercell. And it's what we did not want to see tonight. That's a very strong area of rotation. Perhaps what we're looking at now is a debris signature. It's pretty small, though, so I can't confirm that that is debris being looked at now. I know that that image is pretty confusing, but I'm trying to make sense of it. What I'm looking at is right there. Could be some debris starting to be lofted into the air. If there's going to be a tornado down, we'll know very soon, because of this technology.
James, it shows hail right there where that rotation is.
Okay, so perhaps that's picking up on hail as well. Could very well be.
Yeah, this is obviously the strongest storm. I do want to go back to the storm just south of there real quickly. This storm moving just north of Dover. It looks like the hail core is north and the rotating part is back to the northwest there. No tornado warning, no obvious sign of rotation like the one up to the north, but we're going to watch that one. And I'm just keeping a watch on these storms as they go down the line. The one in Yell County, it may catch up and sort of merge together, as James mentioned, but all of these are trying to rotate. They want to rotate tonight. They're in an environment that would be conducive for that, but is everything just right? So we're watching that other storm in southeastern Yell County, not as strong yet, but it could move into an environment that's a little stronger as it moves into the western part of Perry County, and another shower that's trying to develop down around Mount Ida. And even as we go on down the line, even down around Glenwood, there are signs of showers trying to develop. And really, those are the ones that there were only showers, the ones up in North Arkansas, but now they're trying to grow up. We do have the tornado warning. It will be in effect for northern Pope County, for Van Buren County, and up into Searcy County as well. So if you're in this area, look how quickly it's moving. Already moving over into Van Buren County just momentarily. Leslie, you're in the eventual path of this storm, and we aren't sure that this is predicting a tornado, folks, but let's be safe rather than sorry with these. It's not going to be at your house very long. Think about it. It's going to be there and gone as it moves by that area, but be prepared to just take shelter for at least a little while and leave our voice up. You can turn your television up, and we're going to be watching this, calling out landmarks as we go along. If we can go back to computer number 2, we'll see in northwestern Van Buren County that there is that area, and it's really a wrapped up storm there.
Barry, I think we're about to have a tornado down very soon, if not already.
Yeah, exactly.
I think this could be a strong tornado. All the parameters in this part of the state favor strong and intense tornadoes. So it's a little bit different than if we just expect a weak tornado where trees and power lines could be down. These types of tornadoes can launch cars off the road and really do severe damage to houses. So if you're between Marshall and down at Clinton at US 65, there needs to be no travel on US 65. Find a sturdy shelter. Stop at a sturdy shelter. If you know a family member traveling along US 65, we have tons of events going around the state tonight. Perhaps somebody on their way home, on their way to an event, on their way to Missouri or Branson or something like that. Call them and have them not be traveling between Clinton and Marshall, because we've got a possible tornado really getting ready to exit northern Pope County. And this part of the state has a long, long history of very big tornadoes that come through here. And if you've lived in here for any amount of time, you know about that history. And I think we could be seeing the next one. And this is a classic supercell storm. It's ingesting very warm and humid air. And I think very soon we could be dealing with a tornado that's down. At the very least, it is a very impressive circulation. And now we're getting very close to, it is now in the far northwest section of Van Buren County. So Chimes, this is between Arkansas Highway 16, State Highway 27, Woolham, Booster in southern Searcy County, make sure that you're in your tornado safe spot. Archery Road that bridges the gap between 27 and 16. Get in your tornado safe place. Hopefully you've already been there for a good amount of time. But if you're in Chimes, any of these landmarks that you see, go ahead and just assume that you're in the zone that needs to seek shelter. The Chimes Fire Department there sits at the corner of 254, and that is where you don't want to be. If you're around that area, that's where it looks like this area of strong rotation is moving directly in that direction. So again, not to scare anybody, but you need to take proper precautions here with the way this storm looks. It looks like we still don't have any confirmation on a debris signature. That's great news. We hope the rotation stays above the ground. That would be the ideal scenario tonight. But if you look at it, and if you've watched our coverage at any other point, and if you've watched us go through tornado coverage, you know it doesn't get any more classic than this. You've got an inflow notch right here where warm, humid air is being pulled into the storm, and that whole storm is rotating. We could have a area of rotation right there on the back side of the storm. On the north side of the storm, we have very large hail falling. So if you're on the north side of this storm, it's probably raining or hailing so hard you really can't see very far. If you're on the south side of this forward flank, you might actually be able to see back into the storm. I think these storms are put together in a way that makes them visible if you happen to be anywhere close to the storm. Arkansas Highway 254 runs back towards the west towards Chimes. Again, if you're in Chimes, you've got to be in a safe place right now. And this is rapidly moving 65 miles per hour off towards the northeast. We are eventually going to see this cross US 65 there, and that's going to happen very close to the Van Buren-Searcy County line. So this is splitting Marshall and Clinton. And I don't want to just lose sight of the storms that are developing off towards the southwest. It does look like more organization is taking place, and this is just one of those nights. If we get storms down towards the metro area, we'll be having to watch for a tornado threat. It is our hope that we don't see those storms develop. We have 2 active tornado warnings in the state. There's still one in effect for Baxter County, though that storm is about to move into southern Missouri. It looks like there's a confirmed tornado on that storm. But this storm right now will continue to jump around to other storms, but this storm right now is really the only game in town as far as how it looks and how it's presented. Very strong winds, at least moving into Chimes. We think there's very strong rotation. Looking at our debris tracker, hey, good news. Nothing on debris tracker just yet. This is all color red. We would see kind of a deep blue dot, circular pattern if we had a tornado down, and it doesn't look like that we do. It's very strong rotation, very strong supercell. Everything's in place for this storm to produce a tornado, perhaps one that gets down and stays down, but we don't see that on our debris tracker at this time. That's good news. We want it to stay that way. We still want you in the shelter. Marshall, you're under the tornado warning. You got the phone alerts. Barry, I don't know that it's safe to give them the all clear, but it does look like this is kind of making a beeline for Leslie or Botkenberg and right there at the Marshall or the Searcy Van Buren County line.
I would agree, and as the storm moves, we can tighten our focus of where it's going to go, and I don't want to lose sight of that storm. James did a very good job showing exactly where it is. It's racing toward Highway 65, but I don't want to lose sight of the storms that are on down, just the one just north of Denver, and that one is crossing Highway 65, and another storm that's trying to rotate, and even the one south of there down toward I-40 is trying to rotate, and even the one south of Russellville, it's trying to. It's not necessarily strong right now, but they all have that same look. They're trying to have a little tail back on the back of them, and we're going to watch those very, very carefully. Nothing in the way of rotation with those as of yet, but the one north of Denver has a little bit of wind coming out of it, it looks like, and we're going to watch for bright reds and bright greens to come together in a very small spot. That would indicate that that one maybe is starting to rotate. But obviously, the large area of rotation right now, it's a very broad area of rotation in the storm that's, I'm getting a little bit too far out of your way, but there it is, heading over into the northern part of Van Buren County. And that is it right there, right along 65. Number of small communities as you go up on the mountain north of Clinton and then headed up through the mountains and valleys up toward Leslie right now. This is what we're looking at. The good news is we haven't seen any debris signature on this so far, but we're going to just assume that that is a tornado where the reds, the bright colors come together with wind going away from and toward the radar site in a very small area. And that's why the tornado warning is in effect as it moves very quickly up toward that 65 corridor. Other storms that are going up, and we'll go back to just reflectivity mode, and you'll see it's just, they're just stringing out. It's still a strong thunderstorm moving through Mountain Home right now, but the tornado warned part of that is on up to the north. And every one of these storms, including that one in southeastern Yell County, is now getting into a little bit more conducive environment, apparently, because it's trying to grow a little bit more. So they're working their way south on the line. You'll notice, though, that there's a storm and there's a shower trying to develop and there's a storm trying to develop and on down to the south. It's not one continuous line. If that were the case, these would be sort of inhibiting one another from developing, but they're out by themselves. They have free reign to ingest warmth and moisture into them, and so that's why we are scared of storms like this, especially given the wind field above. But we're going to keep a close watch on all of that. That moves into the western part of Perry County right now, but the tornado warned storm is still now just moving very, very rapidly. And this is the probability of severe hail. There's a giant hail core with that. And I think golf ball size hail is certainly a possibility in the rural areas there out to the southwest of Leslie in the tornado warned storm. But the rotation part of it is what we're looking at. And I'm going to go back to that. And you can see there's still a fairly pronounced rotation. Just a lot of wind energy with that storm as it moves to Leslie. Leslie, and points out to the west and southwest of there, you need to, and yeah, just south of Leslie as well, you need to be in that tornado precaution spot in your home because it's moving very quickly. And in fact, with just the radar processing this, James, it's very close to it already. 65 miles per hour, just screaming along.
Barry, this is really starting to take the shape of an evening that we just don't get very often, and an evening that really no one wants to experience. We have mature tornadic supercell it's just now east of Chimes. It's approaching US 65, and the storms to the southwest, as Barry was saying, taking on that look. If they can mature, they can become tornado producers. Just read the latest from the Storm Prediction Center saying from Little Rock northward, any of these storms that can organize can produce significant tornadoes. So that is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. We'll see if any of this stuff back towards our south and west can organize. The storm that is north of Dover is starting to get a little hook to it. Clinton, we'll be needing to watch that very carefully for you. Of course, the storm that is most worrisome is now on the Searcy-Van Buren County line near the town of Woolham. Very close to Woolham. It's really a community there off Archie Road and Caddo Cove. That is where we've got the possible tornado. We're moving, this thing is moving over some rough terrain. And it is just a myth. Mountains don't protect you from tornadoes, especially if a tornado can get down. It can stay down. This is heading up in the direction of Denard, and if you've ever driven US 65, you have passed through that little community. There's it's 65 at 254. Is kind of where I think this thing will go, or maybe just towards the north of there, maybe just near or south of Leslie. Of course, everyone, if you've driven up in this part of the state, you know Leslie sits there. There's the Shell station, the convenience store, and of course Serenity Farm Bread sits there on the edge of Cove Creek. If you're in any of those spots, go ahead and make sure that you're in your tornado safe place. This thing is moving very rapidly, and I think even if it hasn't, at any point could begin to produce a tornado. We're right along Arkansas Highway 254, and if you're along, and especially just north of 254, get in your safe spot. Again, if we ever sound like we're repeating ourselves, it's because people come into watching us and they leave us, and so for the people who are just now turning us on, we want to give you that same information. If you know someone, or if you are on US 65 between Marshall and let's say Botkenberg or even Clinton, there needs to be no travel on US 65. A great many of our tornado fatalities happen in mobile homes or cars. Those are the two places you cannot be. You need to be in a sturdy structure. So you need to stop and get into a sturdy structure. And if you're up in the Marshall area, don't drive south. If you're in the Clinton area, don't drive towards the north. This is going to be traveling rapidly east, and actually it's in southern Searcy County now. It's actually going to re-enter northern Van Buren County, very close to the State Highway 254. And again, this area of rotation is over some beautiful terrain, lots of trees. It's a beautiful area of our state. It's probably very difficult to see and make out a tornado if you're on this road and you are surrounded by trees. It's not the best for viewing a tornado. Looking at the latest from the National Weather Service, they are just continuing the tornado warning as is, moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. Good news. I do want to give you good news when we have it. Still no debris signature that I can find. But still, I'd say this is a very serious situation. That is as classic a supercell as you can get. You've got the forward flank, you've got the inflow, and if there's going to be a tornado, it's going to form back here on this backside of the storm, right over, if it was to form right now, right over Arkansas Highway 254. We're just a few minutes from this crossing US 65 near Leslie and Denard, those two communities right there. I think that's where this is going to cross. So again, no travel on US 65 south of Marshall, north of Botkenberg. You need to be in a tornado-safe place before this thing passes, and it will pass very quickly. And hopefully it passes without putting a tornado down. There's still very strong rotation with that storm. I do want to point out that back towards the southwest in Pope County, north of Hector, rotation is increasing with that storm. The storm north of Hector. And Barry, I think you're going to take a look at what else is happening. I've been looking at this one storm, but it doesn't look good.
No, it doesn't. But we do want to look at the storm just down to the south of there. This is just roughly an area. I've just drawn an outline from Little Rock over to western Perry County and up. The Storm Prediction Center says this is the area that we think, as storms move into that area, has the highest potential for tornado-producing thunderstorms. Little Rock southward, not as much potential there, and some of the parameters for tornadoes really dropping off very quickly if you go below that line that I've drawn there. And in fact, the highest parameters for tornadoes would be really Conway and up, but just down to the south of there, that's where we don't see a whole lot going on. But I'm going to take that off there, and then I want to go in to the storm that is north of Dover. It's in Pope County right now. And as we look at it, you'll see that it has that classic structure to it. And all of these storms, I think, are going to be ones that we just have to watch very, very carefully. And there is the sign just north of Hector, just not a terribly strong outflow or inflow toward the radar, but that's the beginnings of it right there as it crosses Highway 27. That's east of the Highway 7 corridor there in Pope County and Hector. And we'll go back to the radar image of that. Gosh, all of these. Look at these little tails on every one of them trying to rotate there, and that's just it's a terrible look to the site on the radar site. North, we still see a strong storm that's approaching Leslie, and that's the one that we're looking at most closely. That is the tornado warned storm. Can't see a whole lot there until we go to velocity mode. And I would tell you, James, there may just be a lot of interference there, but the inflow on the backside of that has gotten broader and weaker. The outflow is still very strong. So I'm saying that please don't think that this thing is weakening, because I don't think that is the case. And moving right across the Highway 65 corridor right there between Searcy County and Van Buren County, this is the area that we're looking at. And hopefully it shows signs of further weakening of some sort, but we're going to assume that that is a tornado. And we assume that they're on the ground, although they may not be, because they're moving so rapidly. Let's just get into that safe spot. The tornado warning then has been extended on out, because it's such a fast mover, all the way out into Stone County and even Izard County, way down the line there. And we'll put a storm track from the area of rotation and will go out at 65 miles per hour. And yeah, it's been tracking about like that. It says Leslie just momentarily here. Mountain View, about 20 minutes. Melbourne, about 30 minutes. Horseshoe Bend, and on up to Ash Flat even as it moves on through that area. So that is the speed of these storms. Still watching that one near Hector, and I don't know that. I don't know that thing is rotating, but boy, it sure, as all of these, James, all of these look like they just want to rotate. And there it is right there, up to the northeast of Dover. It is a severe thunderstorm warned storm. Every time you see a severe thunderstorm warning in your area tonight, I just go ahead and say, hey, yeah, I know, but it's possible it could have a tornado along with it too.
All right, I'm looking at multiple sources to try to confirm, do we have a tornado or not? Still at this time, I don't think a tornado is down. Still, a minute from now, the storm could wrap up and produce a tornado right over US 65. The rotation's getting very close to Leslie. Make sure you're in your tornado safe place. I do want to point out this tornado warning now runs well towards the northeast. Mountain View, Optimus, Melbourne, just a few of the cities that we have selected, Timbo as well. Go ahead and get in your tornado safe spot. Eventually, this storm could end up in Izard County near Oxford, but a large section of Stone County is included. And this storm, again, it's moving at 60 miles per hour, so it's moving very, very quickly. We have yet to have any confirmation of a tornado. That's good. The area of rotation right now is over US 65, just to the south of Leslie. It is crossing over. As I talk, it is getting over, and it'll be kind of running right along Arkansas Highway 66. Flag and Timbo are the next communities in the path. So if hopefully this tornado warning's been out for about 20 minutes, you are in your tornado safe spot. Remember, if you're in mobile home, you've got to get out and go to a neighbor's house, a sturdy structure, a store down the street, something a little more sturdy. And we don't want anyone driving on Arkansas Highway 66. This is about to cross over US 65. If you're in Marshall, still officially under that tornado warning, this is passing well to your south. Clinton, at least for this storm, well to your north. And Timbo, this is headed in your direction. We'll get over the county line here just within a few minutes. Barry continues to monitor the progress of the other storms that are in the area. The good news is this storm doesn't look quite as well put together as it did a few moments ago. I'll tell you what traditionally happens on these days is you start to see a lot of storms pop up and they just form into a line. That's good. But in this case, what we're going to see is storms start to break out on their own, because this is a setup more similar to what you would see in central or western Oklahoma. This type of setup is very rare to see in Arkansas. We have what's called a dry line. It's not a cold front, it's a dry line. It's just the difference between warm and humid air. And if you're on the side with humid air, you do have some type of severe weather threat if storms can form. We've used that term a lot over the last week. If we get a storm, and unfortunately, we are getting storms, and that's why we've got the chance for tornadoes. I'm going to circle the area of rotation. It is near Leslie, right over US 65, 56, Sycamore, Mountain View, Timbo, Flag, right along Arkansas Highway 66 where it intersects with 74. Hopefully, you're all in tornado safe spots. At this point, remember, on the north side of this storm, there's very large hail, heavy rain, and even some damaging winds are possible on the backside of this storm as it pushes out very, very strong winds. Right now, we're over or past US 65. The danger is within another minute here, I think, is going to be getting over or just past US 65. The rotation right now, I would say, is really just right over US 65. We'll be moving past it here very shortly. And let's see here. Barry, I think I've got a tornado debris signature.
On that one up there?
Yep.
Okay.
I think I got one. It's on US 65. So I think we'll have to wait another scan to confirm.
Yeah, it looks like it has wrapped up.
But that looks like a tornado debris signature. So here's Leslie. The tornado is just to the south of Leslie. So I think we've got one down. The Weather Service will confirm, but this is exactly what it's looked like. So Watt Cemetery Road, Fossil Rock Drive, got a tornado down, and it's on you right now. You've got to be in your safe spot. Just to the east of Leslie. Coming up down towards the east, Harry Brown Road, Oxley Road, and that's all south of Arkansas Highway 66. I'm going to call out some other locations here that might be a little bit more familiar to you. Rumley is one of them. Over towards the east, we have Stem Rock, just south of Oxley. We have a lot of campgrounds, a lot of outdoor recreational areas. Remember, you do not want to be outside in this stuff. You need to get inside to a sturdy structure. This is just getting over US 65. Remember, we only get tornadoes or radar scans every few minutes, so we're going to have to wait to see if this is actually a tornado that is down. But Barry, the scan that I got just moments ago really matched up well with the area of rotation, and that's very strong rotation there. And we're going to come back to that storm in just a minute. I do want to point out there's a rapidly intensifying storm in Perryville, or in Perry County, rather, to the west of Faulkner County. I think that storm could be a problem at some point. Damascus, Greenbrier, Conway, you don't have to do anything just yet. Keep your eyes to the west. We're going to be watching that storm as it moves east over the next little bit. But the most serious situation at the moment is down to the east of Leslie. Still has very strong rotation. Looks like, Barry, the debris signature that looked like it is gone, so maybe the tornado's not down. But we did have a little blip pop up there on the radar. It did not continue on the second scan. That's very good news. But if you're along and just south of US or Arkansas Highway 66, stay in that tornado safe place, and especially as we move towards Timbo and on down the road. I really think these storms tonight at some point are going to become tornado producers. I think everything's in place. The storm just has to do it. Barry?
Yeah. Again, that is the strongest storm, and it has the hook on it right there, east of Leslie now, moving up into the mountainous terrain out to the east of there and headed over towards Stone County. In fact, it's moving so fast that it's probably right on the Stone County border right now, moving off to the northeast. So Stone and Izard County, it's time to get in to your safe spot in your house, Mountain View. That you'll be certainly within range of this storm, and on up around 56 spots in Stone County. The storm to the south of there doesn't look like it's rotating, but it does look like that it's a storm that we need to watch, and that's from Hector over to Scotland right there. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued with that. On down, these storms kind of close to one another down here. Not severe thunderstorm warned, and I think that's because they're competing with each other for the time being a little bit now, and that's stretching down into Pope County. But the storm that James mentioned briefly, and another storm to the south of it, this is not what we wanted to see. Western Perry County right now, a hail core forming in that, which means it's getting tall. And the back edge of that, we're just going to continue to watch. I don't see any signs of rotation with it yet. And another one out to the west of Hot Springs. We're watching that storm as well. And that one has really grown. And it wasn't doing a good job of growing for a long time. I think it's getting into a more conducive environment that has a little more moisture available, a little more water vapor content in the atmosphere. And I think now it's really starting to grow. I'm going to look. While you're looking at it with me, yeah, I don't see any large hail signature there, but it just gives me pause because this is an area we were so concentrated on the northern part of the state, and obvious for a good reason, up to the east of Leslie, going into Stone County, the one out of Pope County that'll be moving into Van Buren County, but the one in Perry County starting to get a little more of a hail signature on it, and the one out in the western part of Garland County, that all of these are racing off to the northeast. So this would be one that might affect the Little Rock area. This would be one that might affect the Conway area a little bit later on. And so we're going to zoom in on those, and I'm going to look at the hail potential. Yeah, the one that's out by Hollis right now, that one has really grown up in the atmosphere, and there is some hail signature on that. And this will be moving up toward Highway 9 and eventually, and again, moving very quickly. It'll move the breadth of Perry County in a very short order of time. And so those are just the ones that we're watching. And obviously right now, there are only two warnings. There's a tornado warning and there's a severe thunderstorm warning. But we're watching these on down to the south. As they move into central Arkansas, remember that area that I kind of outlined from right about Little Rock out to the west and up? That's the area that the Storm Prediction Center says that when a storm gets in that area, it has a much bigger potential to produce a tornado, and I think that could be bearing out. Hopefully we won't see anything farther south there, but these storms very scattered out here, but we're going to watch that. So Hot Springs, keep a wary eye and keep it right here. We'll keep you updated as the storms move on out.
We do have the state basketball tournament tonight is in Hot Springs.
Right.
So there's a number of things ongoing. We'll be keeping you updated on what is happening in that area of the state. I'm telling friends and family in the Conway, we don't have a warning in effect right now, but you need to be paying very close attention. If you were in Perry County, Perryville, off towards the east, I'd even include Morrilton, up towards Mayflower, Conway, Greenbrier, Damascus, everybody in that area, let's pay close attention to the west. So I'm looking at some other probabilities. It looks like probabilities are increasing across Perry County. And let's go back up to the storm that is approaching Mountain View. It's really retained a lot of its supercell characteristics. Still very strong rotation approaching Timbo just to the northwest. That's Arkansas Highway 66. And the tornado probabilities that I looked at, which are AI-based, a predictor of tornado development, are near 100%. And when that happens, typically we do see a tornado form, at least in the limited amount of use that I have seen it used. Big Springs Road, nobody needs to be driving right now. Timbo, 56, up to Sylamore, down to Mountain View. Nobody needs to be driving right now. You do not want to take this thing on in a car. Not in cars, not in mobile homes. And Arkansas we have a high population of those of you that live in mobile homes. And what you have to do, it's just not safe. You have to get out and go to a neighbor's house, some other sturdier structure, if you are in the path of this tornado. So just to the north of Timbo, up towards 56, Arkansas 263, this area of circulation is going to cross over 263, and it's running right along Highway 66 right now. I'm monitoring multiple sources, and we're looking for any sign that there's a debris signature. We still do not have evidence of a debris signature, which is great news. We've been tracking this for a long time. And it looks like that we do have some trees down in Leslie. Just got a text from our newsroom. We have trees down in Leslie. Don't know if that was a tornado. Could have been downdraft winds. But, you know, for tonight's sake, with storms that look like they could be efficient tornado producers, just if you get a tornado warning, treat it with just an extra degree of seriousness. Barry and I, before we came on, we were looking at some of the evening data that had sampled the atmosphere. And we both said if storms form and really get going, it could be trouble. Right now, just two warnings total in the Little Rock TV market. We have this severe thunderstorm warning to the west of Clinton. We have this tornado warning for Stone and Izard counties. That includes Mountain View up towards Melbourne. We are carefully monitoring the storms back towards the west of Little Rock. Hopefully, they die out. Hopefully, there's just one missing piece. But looks like we've got a pretty big hail core on some of these, and that's a sign that those storms may actually be intensifying. We're going to go back in to the northern storm that is possibly producing a tornado. Timbo, there's a Dollar General on the east side of town. If you're anywhere near that, off towards the west, along Highway 66 up to Alco especially, you've got to be in a safe spot right now. This continues off towards the east-northeast. That's going to take it in the direction of 56. We have Onya right there, just to the north of Timbo. You've got to be in a safe spot. And a lot of campgrounds. This is coming up on some beautiful areas of our state, but there's some creeks. Roasting Ear Creek runs through the north side of this county off towards the west of 56. Rope's Campground, Roper's Cabins, if you know anyone staying in that vicinity, West Dry Creek in that vicinity, you've got to be in a tornado safe spot as this moves off towards the northeast. Eventually, this is going to cross over Highway 14, 56, Sylamore. Those locations, under the gun, we have to take this very seriously. I do think as it's taking a more north rather than east track, it may go just to the north of Mountain View. Still, Mountain View, you're in this tornado warning. Take your tornado precautions, and maybe just to the south of Calico Rock. So we'll use that as kind of our goalposts. But Calico Rock and between Mountain View, we've got a possible tornado, or at least a strong area of rotation northwest of Timbo along Highway 66. This is going to cross over Highway 263 very soon, and then we'll approach the town of 56 from the southwest. This is going to probably go to the north of Mountain View, 56 Sylamore, get in your tornado safe spot, and you look at the beautiful area of our state, lots of terrain, lots of trees. Very hard to see tornadoes, even though this storm, you could probably see it if you got in the right position off towards the southeast. Still very strong rotation right now. That's over Alco. That's where we're monitoring the strong area of rotation. Still continually monitoring for a debris signature. Still do not see one. And that is a very good thing. However, I'll tell you, it looks like the storm itself is trying to wrap around the area of rotation that's right here over Highway 263, just northwest of Timbo. That's what these storms do. They try to wrap around. The storm is spinning itself. It's spinning at the base of the storm, and that is how we get our tornadoes. So this is going to be moving, remember, at 60 miles per hour. We're not that far off from 56, and I think still, I know I've thought this for about 30 minutes, I still think at any point this could produce a tornado, again, probably to the north of Mountain View.
Yeah, James, I don't know that it's not producing one, and obviously we're going to just assume that it is, but that is a very, very tight rotation there. It still has hail wrapped around that middle of the area, which could be a limiting factor for rotation. But again, we're assuming that there's a tornado on the ground for you folks in Stone County, and then moving up into Izard County a little bit later on, 56 and Sylamore. And I just want to go down the line to the storm that is severe thunderstorm warned. This hail core within this one that is from Pope County over into Van Buren County. Hail core is actually outside the warned area. It's marginal sized hail. It's indicating about an inch in diameter, and it may not be verifying at that. So that storm is not the strongest one that we're seeing. There are storms out to the east of Russellville near Atkins, not severe warned, but there could be points, in fact, I think probably, where there could be some hail. These are relatively close to one another, hopefully competing for energy, and that's what's keeping them limited just a little bit. And then we move on down into Perry County, and I'm going to watch this one fairly closely. I've just noticed a couple of trends with these storms. This one in the western part of Perry County, taking on that look of a supercell with a little bit of a tail back here. There is hail within that core. The probability of says that it's about diameter. Sometimes it overestimates that a little bit, but even if it's an inch in diameter, that is enough to warrant severe thunderstorm rotation along with it. And I'm going to show you that.
Barry, can you show us the Perryville camera and point? Will it point back towards the southwest there?
Yeah, let me. I'll look at that real quickly.
You can double click that camera and bring that full screen there on the screen that you've got, and it'll still let you control it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it may be down. Having. Yeah, I think it is. It's having trouble.
Okay. Yeah. With that big storm
there it is right there, and it has a lot of lightning along with it. But yeah, we're going to go. We'll go back to the storm. I think we can see it better from this vantage point. Now, there is a severe thunderstorm warning on it right now, and I think that's smart because that is a hail core right there. And look at that. There's the tail. It's trying to rotate somewhat as it moves off toward Perryville. So Perryville, I'm going to say that you need to be watching this storm very carefully, if nothing else, for wind and for some hail. But I think it has potential severe threat. That's the trend. It's been trending upward, and that's something we desperately didn't want to see. But the hail core size is grown just a little bit. So that tells you the main part of the storm is getting taller and taller, tapping into that upper energy. And then the rotating part, if there is one, and right now we're not seeing any obvious signs of that, yeah, starting to get some inbound wind, though, even on the back side of it. If we can see that right there. Not saying that this is a tornado-producing thunderstorm at all yet, but I'm going to watch it very closely because there's a lot of inbound wind there. And then another storm, and we're watching you, Garland County, as well. This one, the southern part of it starts to take on that look. to me, that looks like just a lot of rain, almost two areas trying to come together. We watch the southern part of that for any rotation. It's out west of Hot Springs right now. And in that area, I don't see any rotation at all, but that's coming up on Piercy. And there isn't any rotation that I have seen. But boy, this storm is going to try to grow. And the southern part of it is it's at least worrisome as it makes its way up Highway 270 there and moves up toward Hot Springs. So it's Garland County, now the new warning in Perry County, and we're starting to see that storm grow. And James, I start to see some inbound wind there as it moves up toward Perryville.
Yeah.
And that's not something we want to see, but it will be moving right toward Perryville. So it's out in the wilderness right now. It's out in the mountains of western part of Perry County. Be moving along the Highway 9, Highway 10 corridor just within a little while, moving at a very rapid rate of 65 miles per hour. So again, if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, just think, well, I know that is the case and we could have hail, but there is a tornado potential tonight. And at a moment's notice, these could start to wrap up and produce a tornado. I'm going to back out because we don't want to get too short-sighted here. It's actually another storm trying to form down to the southwest of Arkadelphia and southeastern Pike County. And we're still watching this tornado-warned storm in Stone County. And that's the one that has really gotten our attention. And it still looks like to me that it is capable of producing a tornado.
All right, I'm going to take you back up into the 56 area. We still have very strong rotation north of 263 near Onya. That's Roasting Ear Road. That's Roasting Ear Road, where we have very strong rotation, where we intersect at Wildcat Road, and very soon we'll cross over Highway 14. If you're anywhere close to 56, you have got to be in your tornado safe spot right now. To help you kind of understand what the areas I'm talking about, the Cedarwood Cabins, 56 Fire Station, 56 Community Park, any of those spots, you've got to be in a tornado safe place. Again, cannot confirm that we've got a tornado. I can tell you the trees and power lines down at Leslie appears to have been thunderstorm wind damage because it was just one tree. It wasn't a ton of damage. So that's good news back at Leslie where we thought we might have had a tornado. But the storm still packs a punch. Tornado or no tornado, large hail, high winds. The possibility of a tornado, though, is there. We're around County Road 27, Roasting Ear Road, Wildcat Road, which connects up to Highway 14. And the town of 56 right there, the fire department sits about right here. This is moving towards the northeast, and very quickly, now here in just the next 1 or 2 minutes, we'll be right over 56. Make sure you stay in your tornado safe spot. This is coming for you, and hopefully this stays above the ground. We'll continue to look at debris detector, and oh man, I think that's it. I think that's a tornado debris signature, Barry. We got a tornado down. I think that's it.
It's certainly at least possible, but we're going to assume it is anyway. New severe thunder, 1 inch hail now in Perry County, but yeah,
And perhaps this tornado, or this storm is not producing a long track tornado. Maybe it's getting down, coming back up, but that's what you look for right there. We'll see on the next couple of scans if it continues. That's how you know. You really got to put together 2 scans to know if you have a tornado down. But that's the first sign there. There's another pixel that just came in. Looking at a couple of different sources. The Weather Service, of course, will confirm and kind of escalate their wording. But we've been saying that this could produce a tornado in any second. And Barry, it looks like this thing is now wrapped in rain.
Yeah.
And I think that area of lower reflectivity right there, I think that's our tornado crossing over Highway 14. If it's not a tornado, it's probably a very low-hanging wall cloud, very close to the ground, just on the north side of 56, moving very rapidly towards the northeast. If we get a tornado, I think we'll likely be able to tell you that we're getting further away from the Little Rock radar, so it's going to be a bit harder. The National Weather Service is just saying it's very strong rotation near 56 up in Stone County, and that's going to end up moving into Izard County. So off towards the northeast, that's Melbourne. And Barry, this is a signature. It's called a donut hole signature.
Mm-hmm. Completely wrapped around.
So you have a tornado where it's not raining, but it's wrapped in rain, and you have an area of lower reflectivity right there. That is usually an indicator that you have a tornado on the ground, and that would be right on Highway 14. So let's go ahead and assume that's the case. I think the radar data will be able to tell us very shortly that that's the case. Hopefully not, but this is coming up on Gunner Pool Road. There's T Ridge Road that runs towards the north. A beautiful country here in between 56 and Optimus, but eventually this is going to race off towards the northeast. It is passing through a relatively populated area up here, right at the town of 56. Getting another scan here on the debris detector, and wow, I think that's it. I think that's a pretty large debris signature. Again, we'll let the Weather Service confirm here, but that would be your tornado debris signature right there, just to the northeast of 56. We just had a tornado come through 56 and cross over Highway 14. We know where it is. Let's move up the road a little bit. We're going to let you know that if you're off Green Road, Bad Branch Road, County Road 52, up to Highway 5, up to Optimus, you have to be in a tornado safe spot immediately. If you have not already gone there, you've got to be in a tornado safe spot right now. This is off towards the northeast. This is over some pretty steep terrain. The Gunner Pool Recreation Area is there off North Sillamore Creek. This is about to cross over North Sillamore Creek, which sits northeast of 56.
Right near
Blanchard Springs, yes,
yeah,
sits right there. If you're at Blanchard Springs, you got to be in a safe place right now. And then this is going to get towards Highway 5, where it's not going to be crossing as high of mountains. This is some pretty rough terrain up here. And Barry, I think the radar is picking up trees or foliage, and it's lifting it up to at least 10,000 feet. If this signature remains, we will know for sure that we've got a tornado down. The Weather Service has yet to confirm that that's what that is, but I'm pretty confident, given the couple of signatures on radar, that could be what that is.
Okay, we're going to go back. I'm going to show you the storm in Perry County, and a storm that I don't love the look of it right now. It's out to the west of Perryville. There's a little tail on it. It has a really large hail core, and I think the hail threat in that light purple and black shading right there, that is the hail core, and it could be sizable hail. In fact, I'm pretty sure it is, as we look at the probability of severe hail out to the west of town there. But also, we're looking at just the wind field inside of it, and I start to see a little wind coming toward the radar site back on the back side of this. I don't see a lot of wind going away from it, but that is an area that is trying to rotate out to the west of Perryville. Perryville, I know you're in a severe thunderstorm warning. I'm just going to tell you, if you're in Perryville or just out to the southwest by about 5 or 6 miles, would you go ahead and get into that lowest part of your house, the most interior part of your house. Don't look outside. You're not going to see anything except lightning and just a dark night, because it is not, it's not going to be easily seen. So just go ahead and just get into that area. May not be anything to it, but all of these storms have the potential to rotate if they're out by themselves. And it's not going to be across this entire area that's miles wide. This storm, and the worrisome part of it, just a mile or mile and a half wide there, but moving very quickly. So Perryville, it's going to be on top of you very quickly, out at Williams Junction, crossing Highway 9 right there. It's time to get into that safe spot. Don't get out against the edge of your house and exterior walls and windows. If there's high wind that comes in there, they can break easily. You want to put as many barriers between you and the outside. Again, I'm not saying this is a tornado at all. I'm just saying it's a storm that's out by itself. And on a night like this, I think we need to be wary of that.
And I think probabilities are rising for that southern storm, but I think we have a confirmed large tornado northeast of 56. This is quickly approaching Highway 5. We're in Stone County. This is over and very close to Blanchard Springs Recreation Area. North Sillamore Creek runs through here. I think we have a large tornado from a supercell storm running through here. That's a large debris signature coming up on Optimus. Very large tornado coming up on Optimus right now. I think when we have a tornado debris signature that's coming from Stone County, that means we have likely a strong tornado with debris likely being lofted somewhere around 6 to 10,000 feet. I think that's what we're getting at here. So 6 to 10,000 feet from that debris signature. That's a large debris signature, Barry. I think we've got a pretty strong tornado.
Definitely a debris.
Yeah, on the ground, and that is approaching Highway 5. Nobody right now should be on Highway 5. Now, I will tell you, this thing is wide but we're looking up at 6,000 feet. Debris starts in a smaller path at the bottom of the tornado. It gets lofted up and it fans out. So the actual tornado is smaller than this circle. The circle right here looks to be at least a mile wide. So we could have a large tornado, but it could be quite a bit smaller. Getting very close to, I'd say right now, on Highway 5, just to the south of Optimus. Let me call out some street names that are in between or just to the south of Optimus. And that is going to be the Sillamore shooting range on B Hollow. Both places right there in the direct path of this storm, east of Optimus. You've got Optimus River Road. You need to be in a safe spot as well. We're eventually going to be approaching the White River. That's the border for Izard County. If you're over towards Boswell, Mount Olive, you have got to be in a tornado safe spot right now. It's all these locations that we're looking at. This is an extremely dangerous situation. In fact, I'll be able to, here in just a moment, I'll be able to tell you exactly how far up this debris is being thrown. But it is not a good situation when you can confirm that from that area of the state. Possibly have a strong tornado crossing over Highway 5. And again, that's just near or maybe just north of the Blanchard Springs Recreation Area. Yeah, I'd say it's just north of the Blanchard Springs Recreation Area. There's a lot of national forest in this area. The Steel Falls Trailhead, Steel Falls, some beautiful areas. Hopefully with the chance of storms tonight, we've got nobody out there in those areas after sunset. But up towards Optimus, you've got to pay attention here and get into your tornado safe spot, because I think we've got a tornado, and the National Weather Service has said, see that purple outline there, our tornado warnings will change from red to purple when they have confirmed a tornado. So we've got one now going over Highway 5. Barry, I just quickly glancing around at what else is going on.
Yeah.
And the probabilities for rotation continue to increase down towards central Arkansas. It looks like they've just issued one giant severe thunderstorm warning for the several storms that are to the west of Heber Springs. Still, the only tornado warning that we've got in the state right now is up on Highway 5 in Stone County, getting very close to the Izard County line. I've got a report coming here from the Stone County Sheriff's Office from our newsroom. Waiting for it to come to me, and I'll tell you exactly what they've said. Still a pretty stout tornado debris signature there. As tornadoes diminish, these will get wider because the debris begins to fan out. We'll see if this tornado debris signature continues. Remember, most of our tornadoes are only on the ground for a few minutes. I do think tonight tornadoes could get down and stay down for a period of time. 10 years ago, we wouldn't have been able to look at a tool like this and see that we have a tornado 100% on the ground. But now we can.
We need to look out because it's moving so rapidly. There's a larger population center. Melbourne is going to be coming up very near this storm. So if you're in Melbourne, you've got to get in a safe spot right now.
All right, Stone County Sheriff's Office confirmed. Looks like in Blanchard Springs. It looks like there's, it doesn't exactly say damage, just confirmed in the area, tornado in the area. So we've got a confirmed tornado down that's about to cross into Izard County. This is going to cross over the White River here very soon. And as Barry said, it's moving very fast up towards Newburgh, Knob Creek. Again, some beautiful country out here, but if you are in any of these areas, you've got to be in a safe spot. I would even say if you're over towards 44, get in your safe spot. Brockwell sits at the intersection of Highway 9 and Highway 56. You need to be in a safe spot on the south end of this, down towards Melbourne. If this continues directly towards the east, this is going to affect the town of Melbourne. And I'll put a direction on this. I think it's going to go very close to just north of Melbourne. Izard County, this is your call to action. If you know someone who's not paying attention to the weather, give them a call. This is as serious as it gets. We have a large tornado crossing the White River. This is going to stay along or just north of Highway 9. Could be coming into Melbourne here in about 10 minutes. Newburgh, really concerned for you and anyone to the east of Calico Rock. It feels like just a moment ago we started with this tornado in Polk County. It's moving still at 60 miles per hour. So highway speeds, I don't even think you can go that fast on some of these state highways up here. So I wouldn't try to outrun it. Get into a sturdy structure. and make sure that you put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That is what we want you to do. That is the best way to keep yourself safe. Still have a strong signature of a tornado debris signature north of Mount Olive. Very strong tornado debris signature, and that's going to be over the White River. Jumbo, Knob Creek, it's going to move right along Jumbo Road. And along Jumbo Road, I'm looking at a satellite image. It is a lot of trees and higher terrain. So if you are along that area, I wouldn't try to go out and see it. I would just make sure that you put as many walls between you and the tornado as possible. I'm looking at it on a few different sources, Barry. I mean, this is really impressive rotation for this area of the state.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, especially for that far away from the radar site. Well, I want to go down from that storm. Again, if you're in Melbourne, you have to take cover now or points just out to the west of there. This is a large, severe thunderstorm warning, and it stretches from Clinton all the way down to west of Greenbrier, and there are just individual cells along there. Nothing that I've seen as far as rotation that's obvious. There are some hail signatures within that large area and racing out to the east, so that's why the polygon is so big, because it's going to be moving through this area very, very quickly. I do want to just reference the storm, two storms, one west of Hot Springs, not severe warned right now, but the one in Perry County. I'm going to go to the velocity product on this. There's a lot of those bright greens right there. There's a lot of wind coming toward the radar site in North Little Rock. And so we're just going to watch for the potential for that storm to rotate. Here's what it looks like, just the rain part of it. And it's getting kind of messy. There's a lot of stuff happening right there. But we're looking at just the potential for one of the cells within that area to rotate. And it's severe thunderstorm warned right now. That's why I said, Perryville, you've got to watch storm up to Perry, Opelo, as it moves on off to the northeast. It'll be moving into the Arkansas River Valley in just a little while as it moves very, very rapidly. There's another storm just to the south of that, which is way out into the northwestern part of Saline County. That's kind of out by itself. There's another scan of it. And the other one is down into Hot Springs. And yet another one on down into western Clark County. Hot Springs, I'm just going to show you this storm right now. No signs of rotation along with it. That's good news. Hail potential along all of these, I think, is starting to grow somewhat out to the northwest of Hot Springs right now, between Hot Springs and Mountain Pine. So those are the kind of storms that we're watching. But I do think that northern part of the state, again, that area that I showed you, Little Rock and northward, I'm covering up the radar right here. Little Rock and northward is where those storms have the greater potential to produce a tornado, but we're certainly watching that one out in Perry County right now. We'll continue to watch Garland County, and obviously the tornado warned storm, which continues to head toward Melbourne, and it's got to be pretty much right there now.
We have a confirmed large tornado moving towards Knob Creek. This is going to be in Izard County. On the east side of the White River. Confirmed large tornado. This is likely a strong tornado. Just calling out a few places that likely could have been impacted. There's a few cemeteries in this region, but just going to go with a couple of roads. County Road 205, if you're in Jumbo, Mill Creek Road, up towards Knob Creek, you have got to get into a safe spot. Now, down the road, Melbourne to Bellevue to Newburgh to Brockwell. Brockwell sits at the intersection of Highway 9 and Highway 56. Get to a safe spot right now. The National Weather Service upgrading the damage threat for this. They're saying a large tornado is on the ground, like a strong tornado. Hard to see on velocity, but we have what's called this tool, our debris tracker, and now this is coming upon Knob Creek. This is getting very close to Melbourne, Bellevue, and Newburgh. You are next in line, just in the next couple of minutes. A large tornado is on the ground, and it's approaching very quickly State Highway 9. This is the real deal. This is the real deal, and you've got to take your precautions to make sure that you are going to be safe as this tornado passes through your area. Up along Highway 9, up towards Bellevue, there's a couple of things that I want you to be aware of. Nobody should be driving south of Brockwell or north of Melbourne. That is Highway 9 that runs through there, and that is just a place that you do not want to be right now. Now this, remember, we're getting an update from the Little Rock radar every 3 to 4 minutes, so we just got an update about a minute ago. This is continuing off towards the northeast, and it's headed right for Bellevue, though. If you're in Melbourne, I want you to stay in your tornado safe spot as this passes towards the north of you. Remember, moving at 65 miles per hour, we're just a couple of miles away. That means it's just a few minutes from crossing over Highway 9 between really Melbourne. Now, sometimes tornadoes can take a jog towards the north as they begin to end their life cycle, so we always have to watch out for that. That's why we call out more towns than the ones we think that are just exactly in the path, because tornadoes do not move in straight lines. But this one certainly has been, and has been doing damage since the time it was on the west side of the White River. Further down the road, I want to talk about who could be impacted further down. Up towards Ash Flat, over towards Evening Shade, in that vicinity. You need to be thinking about getting to your tornado safe place very soon. Warning does include all the way up to Violet Hill. So this thing's going to cross Izzard County around. So far, it is, looking at multiple sources, still have a very strong debris signature there. Northwest side of Melbourne, over Knob Creek. If you live in any of these places, you have got to remain in a spot walls between you and the tornado as possible, away from windows, and you don't want to be in cars and you don't want to be in mobile homes. Most of our tornado fatalities in the state happen in cars or mobile homes. Right over Knob Creek right now. Hopefully we're starting to see it weaken. But remain in your tornado safe spots. Melbourne, Newburgh, Brockwell, all these places along Highway 9, up towards Violet Hill, Larkin, all of you. Hopefully at this point you are in your tornado safe spot. Again, we're repeating myself because I think people who just tune in when the danger approaches them, we want them to have all the information they need to ride this thing out and get to a safe place. So that is what with us a while, and if you've watched over an hour, perhaps we've repeated ourselves. It's so that people who are joining us, popping in and out when the threat is for them, get the best, most accurate information. Barry, the situation towards the metro area continues to evolve rather quickly.
Yeah, we see another storm that is now severe thunderstorm warned, and that one is out to the west of Hot Springs, very near Hot Springs right now. And so we'll look at that storm. It has some hail potential. All of these, at the tail of them, though, have little trailing edges, the storm trying to rotate. And I'm going to zoom into those, plus all those along. And there are several storms from north of Clinton to just to the southwest of Clinton, all moving off to the northeast, not rotating at this point. We're going to continue to watch this storm in Perryville moving toward Conway. Obviously, we're not forgetting about Melbourne up in Izzard County. You need to be in your safe spot in Izzard County. This storm, though, is a severe thunderstorm warned storm. As we look inside of it, it doesn't have the hail potential that it had. Hail signature is not what it was. And it looks like to me it's a large area of wind that's with no area of rotation. So wind, Perryville over toward Bigelow, and eventually moving toward Toadsuck, and then on over large thunderstorm. And the one down in Hot Springs, I don't see any signs really of rotation along that, but we're watching this little tail. So if you're in Hot Springs, just up to the north there around Mountain Pine, headed up toward Fountain Lake, this is an area that has some hail along with it. We're watching it closely. I don't say anything that would make me say that this is a tornado-producing storm. It's along Highway 5 right now, and it will be moving out along Highway 5 in Owensville and the southern end of Hot Springs Village there as it moves on off to the east. But it is a storm, as all of these are, or most of them are, and so we're going to continue to keep a watch on that. Plus, the storm that right now is in Melbourne, and James, I think the biggest the thing that we can do is look at that debris detector there, the dropout of that. It doesn't mean that that's exactly where the tornado is. It may just still be lofting debris up into the air. Yeah. But that, if you're anywhere within that area in Izzard County, Melbourne and Newburgh, that is the potential for tornado, and confirmed happened.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be very close to Newburgh. just towards the north. And if you're in Melbourne, I want you to stay in a safe spot, but this area right here is where we think we have the tornado down. So it's very close to Newburgh and of Melbourne. The very lowest part of the storm. So the tornado may be a different spot, but that is where we have pegged it, and the debris signature still exists, though it has fanned out a little bit. And so hopefully that indicates a weakening trend. When that tornado diminishes, starts to fall out and fall back to earth. That's called debris fallout. That's what we've got. All this right here is debris falling back down. So you have tree limbs, leaves, things that can easily be suspended in the air. A lot of leaves this time of year probably, if we have any on the trees up there. Still want you all, Rockwell to Melbourne, make sure you're in your tornado safe spot. We hope that this thing is in the process of weakening. It's been down for quite a while already. But we can't guarantee that. And this thing has produced a tornado, could go on to produce a tornado at any moment. I will say this part of the circulation is wrapped in rain, but it can still produce a tornado on this type of day. The little rain is not going to make of a difference. That is going into Israel. The National Weather Service just mentioned for South Arkansas as we watch these storms along the I-30 corridor. So tornado watch coming very soon to South Arkansas, if not already. I just want to let those of you had asked questions earlier, are we going to be under a tornado watch? Yes, I think we all have to watch for these storms tonight. The storm coming into Faulkner County very soon continues to impress. It still needs a little bit more organization, though, before it becomes what I would consider a tornado producer. The most important storm in the state right now continues to be just north of Melbourne. You have very high tornado probabilities up there, and as you look at our debris detector, we're still seeing what I think is a pretty compact debris signal. Seeing debris fallout. We've still got a tornado on the ground coming up on Highway 9. It is just a stone's throw away on the north side of Melbourne. Violet Hill, Highway 56, and down towards La Crosse. You got to stay in your tornado safe spot for just a little while longer as this races off towards the northeast, 60 miles per hour. It is there one moment and it is gone the next, but you've got to remain in a safe spot away from windows. I still think, and this is the latest update, still think we've got a tornado debris signature now over Larkin. Going to be getting close to Violet Hill here in the next couple of minutes. That's County Road 15, County Road 9, just to the south of Violet Hill, running just south of Arkansas Highway 56 east of Brockwell. In a tornado safe Violet Hill and Franklin. Those are the next couple of towns. And I'm going to just do a real quick check to see if there is anything up in that area that is going to be very familiar to you. Up at Violet Hill, there's the Izard County Elementary School, Fairview, the Yellow Root Farm, off towards the southwest. If you're on anywhere really on Larkin Road, a place right now. This thing is close to you, if not over you already, and it's going to be moving rapidly off towards the northeast. It is going to be coming up, it looks like, on Franklin here in just a few minutes as well, or near the town. You've got to get into a safe spot very soon. If you haven't already, go ahead and start making your way up that way. I do think the path right now does take it towards maybe just to the south of Horseshoe Bend and up towards Crown Lake. So down the road, if you're up in towards Horseshoe Bend, Crown Lake, down in those areas, go ahead and start making your way to your tornado safe spot. We've got a very serious situation here in the vicinity of Violet Hill and Larkin. Still, I believe we have a tornado down. The debris signature looked like it was starting to weaken, but it still looks pretty stout to me on radar. And our debris tracker continue to be very, very mindful of what is happening. Barry, I just got a text from somebody who's at Winter Jam. I was telling you about the events here in Little Rock.
Yeah.
We have a ton of stuff going on. We've got people at the Convention Center in Hot Springs, in Little Rock at Winter Jam. We are watching a supercell storm towards the southwest.
Yep.
Not tornadic right now, but this is a night where these storms can produce tornadoes and significant So as this moves into Saline and Pulaski County, there's no call to action just yet. But everyone should kind of have in the back of their mind, what am I going to do if a tornado warning this evening for the metro area, and include thinking about that over the next hour as this moves off towards the northeast. Still
Absolutely.
The most serious situation up in Melbourne. Looks like we still have a tornado debris signature, Barry, and that is going to be approaching Violet Hill. Nothing has changed with that northern storm. Still a very dangerous situation near Brockwell, Larkin, Violet Hill.
I'll let you catch your breath for a second. That area of Izard County, and as we progress on down, I do want to keep in mind that there are other storms out here, and I've kind of been doing some analysis on these, and it seems like the ones that have the biggest hail potential are the tallest ones and most able to tap into that wind energy above. And there is one that, of all of these storms, and I'm talking all the way from southern part of Stone County, where there's a severe thunderstorm warning, to west of Heber Springs, that's Van Buren County, all the way west of Conway, and all the way down to Hot Springs, which is north of town right now. The one that has the biggest hail potential is the one that's in Perry County and headed toward Conway. And even that is not the hail potential that it had. It does have a lot of wind along with it. I think just a broad area of wind. And in fact, between Houston and Bigelow there's a lot of inbound wind toward the Little Rock radar site. So watch out along for some very, very gusty. Now, I don't see an obvious sign of rotation. The inflow is there. We're just going to watch this storm because of the shape. We'll watch the storm. There are just so many along the line. Hopefully, they begin to form into somewhat of a broken line anyway, then they start to rob from one another. The other one is northeast, moving up through Saline County. It's north of Lonsdale right now. There is some hail core there, but it's not a big hail core. It's trying to wrap around a rotation center there at the trailing edge of the storm, but I don't see any good sign of rotation with it. Obviously, though, on a night like this, you got to be watching, and I don't see it right now. Again, the hail valley, and that doesn't look all that great. On down to the west of Arkadelphia, there's a non-severe thunderstorm right there, and another one that's down to the southwestern part of the state. Folks, these are all moving very rapidly, but it's going to take a long time, and they're all out by themselves for now, and we're going to have to be watching each and every one of these storms, I think, as they move on through the state. But the one probably strongest right now is near Bigelow, and the one that is now along Highway north and will be headed toward western Pulaski County coming up in a little bit. In fact, there is a severe thunderstorm warning that takes in part of West Little Rock out into Ferndale and the eastern portion, including Benton and Salem. We haven't forgotten about all of these, and they're out by themselves. Keep a close watch. Izard County remains the only confirmed tornado that we have, and still continuing to move rapidly off toward and out of toward Sharp County.
Yes, that's right. And I continue to monitor this thing. It is getting ready to move into Sharp County. It still appears that we have a tornado debris signature hill. This is pretty tough to detect just by looking at the wind inside the signature you look for if you're looking for a tornado with our debris tracker. So we still have that that signal there. And as I look at the activity, which just measures the rain, I mean, it is embedded in rain. I mean, it is way back there now, getting to the backside of the storm. I hope that is a sign that this thing is starting to weaken. Still waiting to see if we have any damage reports from the Izard County area. I've got the newsroom on it, and hopefully we'll be able to bring you that information here very soon.
Or Stone County, for that matter.
Yeah, Izard and Stone County as well. We do have some power outages, so 714 are out in Stone County, and don't know if that is storm related, but that was not the case earlier. Full tornado close to the Arkansas-Missouri border. We got some power outages in Johnson County, so we have over 10,000 without power statewide, and a few of them, or all of them almost, have been due to storms that have moved through. We'll go back to the debris tracker, and as of 9:50 p.m., we still have a strong tornado debris Violet Hill on Arkansas Highway 56. And if you don't know what you're looking at, I'll circle it here for you and I'll point it out to you. That is what we look for when we're tracking rotation. We have what's called a debris tracker, debris detector, and it detects if the air. The radar can actually tell what's rain and what is hail and what could be debris. That is the signal that you look for, very close to Violet Hill. Down considerably, at least the actual tornado. The rest of the storm appears to be moving quickly. The area of rotation kind of hanging back on the west side of the storm. This still is moving towards the northeast, so if you're up towards Franklin, stay in your safe spot. But that is where we think we have rotation and a tornado right now. The newest information from the Weather Service, they are asking our ham radio operators for information. We have second-hand information that there's some damage. But we don't know if that's tornado damage. We don't know if that's wind damage. We know we have some power outages in Stone County. But again, I don't have details to bring you right now. There's the latest update, and I'll tell you, that's still a tornado debris signature. County Road 60, east of County Road 9, southeast of Violet Hill to see because it is raining heavily. Just impossible to see. Franklin, this is coming up on you, South Main Street. Remain in your tornado safe place. Tad, but it's still moving towards the northeast. Franklin, Myron, all the way up to Ash Flat. You guys have got to. We'll continue to monitor this storm, and as we do, Barry has been watching the storms that are off towards the south. Quick glance at all these storms and up into northern Cleveland County have the precursors to rotation, where you start to have air moving in opposite directions, and if the right things happen in each storms to rotate, and I would bet that at some point as these storms push towards the east, we're going to see Cleveland County, Independence County, White County, Faulkner County, this 4-county area, you need to be watching these storms very, very carefully because I think they could be a problem as we get further down the road. Each subsequent update up in Izard County just continues to highlight a massive tornado debris signature, and that's the largest debris dropout that we have seen. Franklin. So we still have a large tornado, presumably large tornado, on the ground southwest of Franklin. And still waiting on damage reports, Barry. The latest I can give you is that the power outages up there still don't have anything from that. But this tornado debris signature into Franklin. So hopefully if you're you have been in your tornado safe spot, and now we've got a serious situation developing down towards the metro area. All right, this is a call to action for Faulkner County and Conway. Call to action for Conway, Beaver Fork Lake, Greenbrier. We've got rotation towards over the Arkansas. This is going to cross over US 64 and I-40. You don't have much time if you're on I-40. This is just to the north of Conway, but sirens I know are sounding in Conway right now. And if you are up north towards that Salem Road exit in Conway, over to Skyline, up towards the north, Beaver Fork Lake. If you're close to Beaver Fork Lake, you've got to be in a tornado safe spot right now. This is going to cross over I-40 here within a matter of minutes. So if you are north of Menifee on I-40 and you're coming back towards the east, stop traveling. We don't want you to cross between Menifee and Conway. On the other side of that, if you are coming into Conway on the south side of town, stop traveling. In the path of this, and here's US 65 here on the east side of Beaver Fork Lake that goes up towards Greenbrier, especially on the north side of Conway to get in your tornado safe spot. This is on the north side of this storm and up towards Wooster and Greenbrier. You've got to be in a tornado safe spot as well. So what's happening right here is air is getting pulled back into the storm, and there's where our tornado is. It's a little bit different from the other tornado that was on the southwest side of the storm. This is kind of embedded in the storm. Very close to crossing I-40 And Barry, this is, I think, mainly going to stay on the north side of Conway up towards Wooster,
Right.
but this is central Faulkner County. This is across the Arkansas River. Very dangerous situation if you're on I-40, Barry. We know how busy that is.
Yeah, it'll cross I-40 very, very shortly, and it looks like a small but intense there between Menifee and the northern exits of Conway there and crossing over I-40 at this time. We've just seen that. There's the next update that just came in, still right on top of I-40 right now, and will be moving up just to the north of Conway between Wooster and Conway and off to the northeast at that very, very rapid rate. All right, we see that these storms are, let's take I'm gonna go back to this.
I'm sorry, Barry, I'm going to take the iDrive Arkansas network.
Oh, okay.
So,
yeah. Go to Max 2 for me if you can, and I'm going to show that same storm right there, and you can see the area that's moving. We'll go back just a couple of scans, and yeah, there was not much there, but now it's moving into that area. I'm just going to tell you that Conway, there's the rotation. It's just a little area at the north edge of this that'll be moving up to the kind of the east-northeast. And so if you're in the northern area of Conway, Pickles Gap and on up, and eventually up toward Green, that's the area that is going to be affected by this. We're also just a little bit south. We're looking at this storm out to the north of Lonsdale. And it looks like to me it's trying to organize activity product of it. That would be one that you can see that tail hanging down. And I'm going to back out right there. And you can see Little Rock is right here, coming across Williams Junction. That storm is organizing as well. And it will be moving out toward the western part in just a short amount of time. It is severe thunderstorm warned. It is not tornado warned like the storm that is in Conway right now. Is traffic still moving, James, along?
Yes. Let's look at the storm scan iDrive Arkansas camera.
Yeah.
This is Menifee looking at the westbound lanes. It looks like there's not as much traffic moving along that camera, but I'm telling you, if you're headed eastbound, it's a good idea to just pull over just for a few minutes. You don't want to get hit by a weak tornado crossing the major freeway like this. Well, let's go back to Max 1 here. We still have a large tornado on the ground, Izard County, east of Franklin. Going now for a long time. This is a strong, long-track tornado, and a lot of times when you see the first storm of the day start to do this, you really want to watch. It can just be that kind of night. Along Highway 56, Franklin to Myron, still have a large tornado down. It's doing damage, and it is headed in the direction of Ash Flat. So it is embedded in rain, likely impossible to see. And that's moving right up Highway 56. I've got the debris detector. I do not have any debris from the storm just to the southeast of. Some strong rotation, though, coming up on Highway 25. That's on the north side of Conway Road, Pleasant Valley Road. If you're in those locations, it's strong rotation. This is now on the other side. Or to the north, you have to be in a tornado safe spot right now. Storms that Little Rock area, but right now there's just severe thunderstorm warnings. The most serious situation continues to be that tornado that's in the northeast section of Izard County. Still have a large area of debris, and that's near Myron. And it looks like there's a development right there on the southeast of Horseshoe the street. So this is right on the south side, South Pine Ridge Road, Fairwater Circle, Tri-Lakes Drive, County Road 61. This is just to the south of you. Barry, we're getting another tornado warning here shortly. This is southwest along I-30, Clark County. Going to be a tornado. This is the type of evening this is going to be. So we're going to be dealing with multiple storms, multiple tornado warnings. If we're not on your storm at a particular moment, stay with us. We're going to get to all of them. All right. a tornado just southeast of Horseshoe Bend. This is headed in the direction of the with the new.
If we can go on volumetric, and you'll see that that tornado warned storm is down to the southwest of Gum Springs, but this storm would be moving toward the Arkadelphia area. Quite a ways from the radar site there, but you can see the along with it as it moves up at a very rolling at about 60 miles per hour. So all of these storms, as they move off to the northeast, we aren't sure that far southwest in the tornado with it, but that signature now in effect for Clark County. Perspective on this as we just look at the storm. There's also another storm down to the south of Hope. And so these just keep lining up on down. Some of the high resolution radar did show that. I'm also going to show in a storm north of Conway right now that is trying to wrap up. It has not. It has a little Saline County headed up toward the Ferndale. Severe thunder. Tornado warning that is moving up in the general vicinity of Gum Springs and Arkadelphia. This would be the tail of it right here. The rotational part of it, yeah, starting to more. So moving toward Gum Springs and Arkadelphia, but lines, as James has mentioned, Arkadelphia area moving very, very rapidly. Do you have another view of that torrent storm?
I will. I do not. I'm watching the storm up in North Arkansas.
Right.
We have a new tornado warning, which is going to take it all the way to the Missouri state line. We're starting to get out of the Little Rock TV. We've got a tornado southeast of Horseshoe Bend. This is north of Evening Shade to the south of Cherokee Village. If you're in Sharp County and you watch us, we are with you as we're watching this tornado warned storm. Still a very impressive super. Look at that. Look at the circulation. That is from the Memphis radar. Very strong tornadic circulation there moving through. And now we've got another tornado warning. And I'll go ahead and call out the locations on this one. This is to the west of Batesville. This is going to be northern. This is northern Cleburne County, southeast. Got a tornado warning for the on that's Highway 5 between. That's going to be up on Highway 5. Also, in Faulkner County, waiting these storms arriving off towards the west.
Right.
We have. All right, this is starting to get out. Let's take a big glance here at what we've got
very
going.
Quickly now. Tornado warning for Cleburne County.
Yeah.
That is looking at Cleburne. Several storms that we're watching. You'll see that each of these storms, I think, has a tornado potential tonight, folks. We're going to do our best. There are now 2 tornado warned storms, one in the northern part of the county, now moving, looks like out into the western part of Cleburne County near Heber Springs and Fairfield. Velocity product on all of these, yeah, it's very near Greer's Ferry right there, and that is along Highway 16. Brownsville Road and Crossroads, and there is circulation there. There's circulation then right on the Stone County line. There are 2 separate storms, and they're racing off to the northeast. Quite a distance from the radar site. That does look like the rotation has tightened. And I'm going to go back down the line for to come. Into Faulkner County, we still have a tornado warned storm. James, I don't think that as it did. there's a lot of wind moving out as it moves out east of Conway and up to the northeast. That's where the rotation was, but looks very diffuse right now. And that's maybe, if there's any good news coming out of this, that's some good news. And we have to west gale-wise with this storm. Doesn't look very impressive velocity-wise. There is some wind along with it. It is a severe thunderstorm warned storm. County one, and this one did look more impressive, and I'm going to go into the velocity product. And folks, yeah, this one is moving very much right across I-30 right now. 67 parallels it. Gum Springs is right down to the in your safe spot as this storm looks like it is wrapping up. There's a tremendous amount of outflow and inflow. And if you're in Arkadelphia, you're in the tornado warning. Your sirens are going off in that area, or should be, and you need to go ahead and get in your home. And I know some of you were here back in 1997. We have no way of knowing if this is a tornado on the ground. I know you may be gun shy on this. You may have memories, but this is the time to go to that lowest spot in your house, the most interior room, get as many barriers between you and the outside as you can as this rotation moves right up across I-30. I'll just go back a couple of frames for you. The way it's been moving has been maybe off to the east-northeast. So it's moving like this. It may be turning right just a little bit, which is sometimes an indication that a storm is producing a tornado with all of this. So this is a new tornado warning. I'm going to show you just the storm itself. Hard to really make anything out if you're just looking at the storm, but there is a rotation, kind of a curvature right there. It's the velocity product that we're watching very carefully with that, and we'll continue to watch storms on down. There's another tornado warning on down to the south, and that would take in Nevada County, but it's still back into Hempstead County right now. James, every one of these storms, I'm afraid, to produce a tornado tonight. Doesn't mean they all
least rotating, and so let's take a reset and just look at all of the storms and all the warnings that we have. We have this tornado in Sharp County confirmed. That's going to be moving towards the northeast. 2 tornado warnings, one Cleburne County, one in the southeast section of both the side of Independence County. The Conway area tornado warning, that area of rotation has completely diminished. Now it can recycle, so we're closely watching that storm. The storm southwest of Little Rock, not tornado warned right now, and then we've got the in Clark County and moving into Hempstead and Nevada County right now as well. So let's just look at this. I'm going to look at the storms that I think have the best potential to produce a tornado. Barry, you just look down at the storm that's southwest of Arkadelphia. Very strong rotation there. I do not see anything on our tornado debris detector, though that can easily change. We'll go up the line, and again, looking at
go west of Heber Springs.
Yeah, looking at the storm there in Faulkner County, it doesn't look quite as bad as it did. North of Heber Springs, though, that is where we have really and we'll kind of hang on these for just a couple of seconds. This is on the north side of Greer. This is and that is east of Stone County. That is headed in the direction of Bay. Paying attention to what's happening to your west, even though you're not under a tornado warning. We have another storm, I think you just mentioned it, back south of Greer Springs. Looks like it could begin rotating. Of course, we're not forgetting that does have a tornado. That has a tornado still down with it. The rotation in this storm is the most important. A big tornado going of Key Village. None of these other storms have produced a circulation like that one. That doesn't mean they can't, though. It is that kind in Arkansas weather. For my friends and those of you in Conway, Beaver Fork Lake, over towards Holland, the storm that prompted this tornado warning, notice they have not reissued it. That rotation quickly weakened north of Beaver Fork. So now this storm has to get its act together if it's right now. In the immediate next couple of minutes, I don't think we have a major tornado threat with this, though we are going to watch the area north of Holland up towards McGinty Town, over towards Enola and Mount Vernon. Not a bad idea to be in a tornado safe spot, but I don't think they're going to continue that tornado warning. We've got there north of Heber Springs, west into Sharp County, and then, of course, metro area, we're watching a disorganized coming into the west side of Little Rock. This is still one that's going to have to be watched. If this can organize to be any better looking the tornado as it moves towards the northeast. So everybody in the Little Rock metro area talked a whole lot about Pulaski County because we're not under a tornado attention to try to have some of you here in Pulaski County or maybe off towards the east of a tornado. Back off of this storm right concerning. It's an early look where I think this storm may be a bit further down the road. We will see if it can continue to organize.
Maybe that might be, I hesitate to use the word to our other source, Steve. There are several storms that are lined up. A lot of activity going on here. The shape of it is something we're really going to watch out around Ferndale right now. And I don't see anything apparent with it, but we're going to have a hail core with it. The rotation is, but it's big. It will be headed out toward the western part of Little Rock, and it is not tornado warning now. We're moving on down to Arkadelphia, and I think there is right there at Gum Springs, Curtis. That's, oh boy. I think that we could start to be seeing something right there.
Yeah. After we went to there's rotation strengthening in western Pulaski County. So we're tracking multiple storms. Keep in mind, if you're down in Clark County, you need to be in a tornado safe spot. So I think we've got some strengthening rotation. I'll show it to you on my.
Yeah, a little bit more.
We're starting to get some inbound and outbound winds right there. And over the course of the last couple of minutes, rapidly strengthen. We have seen this before in this exact spot. It looks like when it starts to get its act together, we're going to be watching Pulaski County very closely. Barry, the supercell down in the Arkadelphia, sure, and it continues to look better.
Yeah, it really, for sure, there. And on just to the south side of Arkadelphia, if you're there, Gum Springs would be that area that we're looking at. Max 1, I will show you that area. It's quite a ways from the radar side. Here it is on our VRAD, but you can see. So that's what we're looking at as it moves in the vicinity of Arkadelphia and Gum Springs. You're in a tornado warning. Let's just go ahead and get in. Gum Springs and the area between their crossing already has crossed I-30, and it will be into that northeastern corner of Clark County. Caddo Valley, you're south. This rotation, Curtis and Gurdon, you're on down to the south. A broad area, a tornado there. It wouldn't be that broad, but the Gum Springs area, safe have in your house. Most and the storm is under a severe. James, that is starting to ramp up just a little bit more.
View of that from our Chenal Mountain weather cam.
Yeah, if we can, yeah, we'll point that down in just a little bit. But James, you can take it back.
I'll look at. because these storms have a lot of strong rotation. I've got 3 areas of rotation to watch along State Highway 92, approaching State Highway 5. One of these is in the southeast part of Stone County, western Independence County along Highway 14. Eventually, this one is going to be towards Batesville. North of Greers Ferry Lake, this is north of Heber Springs, east of Greers Ferry, rotation on the north side, area rotation, 2 spots where strong enough. I don't think we have just yet. Down just yet, but there's 3. Any of these locations that we are beginning to outline, get in your tornado. Multiple trees and power lines down. That's Highway 167 south of Ash Flat, and that was likely due to a large tornado. State power outages are up to 1,400 there in Sharp County and some in Stone and Izard County as well. So right now, just kind of keep a focused eye on this couple of storms that is up in north of Greers Ferry Lake. Concord being your tornado safe spot. I would say now is that, so while we could get a tornado at any moment, it doesn't quite look like the storm in Sharp County that is putting down a big tornado right now at this second. So we have multiple tornado warnings in effect. It's 10:16 p.m. We've got a. I'm going to kind of reset the board here for you. We have tornado warning. We have 2 tornado warnings, and really it's just one large tornado warning if you look at it like that. West of Batesville, that's the northeastern section of Cleburne County. Tornado warning south of Arkadelphia, and another one south of the Hope and Prescott areas. And then the only storm that's not tornado warned is what we have here in Pulaski County.
Yeah.
Gary, I think you're taking a look at that one.
Yeah, our Chanel camera is not functioning right now. It's in the midst of a horrible lightning storm out there. And if you take a look off to the west, there's a lot of lightning. And we're looking out west on our Middleton Heat and Air weather cam right there. I do want to go to the and show you. It is starting to rotate out around Ferndale, north of Ferndale now. So this is making a track toward Pinnacle Mountain, would be down on the eastern side of Lake Maumelle. It is starting to rotate a little bit more. It is not tornado warned right now, but I'm going to tell you, if you're out along Highway 10, I want you to get into a safe spot. I want you to get into the lowest floor of your house, into the most interior part. And if it isn't a tornado, great. You've wasted your life because it's moving that quickly. Spot. And stay away from exterior walls and windows, and we're going to watch it very closely. We'll watch for that next scan to see if indeed there's anything more to that one. The other storm that we're watching is down and just on the southeast side of Arkadelphia, kind of southeast of town there. And there is a real notch there. Still a tornado warned storm, so especially if you're on the south side of Arkadelphia, that would be, if there is rotation or if there is a tornado, that's where it would be. But no obvious signs, and I've looked at debris detector on that, and I don't see any dropouts on that as well. There is some hail though with this storm, and look at it's large hail between Arkadelphia and Gum Springs, right along the highway there. So that is something that we're going to be watching, and that is a tornado warned storm. And back into central Arkansas we go. Storms are moving into that western part of Pulaski County, moving toward Mayflower. Right now. Again, no obvious signs there. Here's a new scan, and that storm, the rotation part of the storm in West Pulaski County, is crossing Highway 10 right now. So it's out in that vicinity of Pinnacle Mountain, Ferndale Cutoff, those areas, and out toward the eastern end of Lake Maumelle. That would be where that broad area, not quite strong enough area of rotation is. And that's good. We don't want it to get any stronger than it is, but it is just out to the west of town. I will sometimes lose sight of all these storms, but you can see the one in northeastern Cleburne County right now near Concord. You are under a tornado warning, and that looks like that is starting to rotate a little bit more as it moves north of Ida and near Concord and that northeastern corner of Cleburne County, out to the east of Primm, and moving on up to the northeast. So if you're in that area, very rural area, but there are a number of homes up there northeast of Heber Springs and moving off to the northeast. 2 tornado-warned storms there, although I think that is the predominant rotation that is affecting the county well up to the north of Heber Springs right now.
All right, I want to look at the group of storms coming out of central Arkansas. The storm that is exiting Faulkner County towards Rosebud continues to be better organized. No warning right now. All these storms are having the look of storms that could cause trouble, especially the one in northwest Pulaski County. But we're going to keep an eye on the one entering the western and northwest section of White County. The one just to the south of Conway rotate quite a bit, actually. We've got no warning on that, but we've got rotation, just weak rotation on all 3 of those. So no tornado warnings, but we're going to keep a very close eye on those. I do want to mention we have had reports of big-time damage near Ash Flat and up towards Williford. We still have a very strong tornado. It would not surprise me at all, unfortunately, to see that tornado assigned with a very strong rating just based on the radar signature. That's going to be moving up towards Ravenden Springs. The tornado is still down towards the east of Cherokee Village. Still have a serious situation up there. There's 2 areas of circulation that are very concerning, and one is to the west of Batesville near Cushman. And we've got a pretty large circulation here. I think they're going to have to redraw a tornado warning for towards the Cave City, Batesville areas here pretty soon. And we have Highway 5, and both need to be taken very seriously. We don't have confirmation of a tornado just yet. But those areas are definitely rotating. The northern storm is approaching Cushman to the west. That's along Highway 69 and 106 where they meet. Big Spring Mill, Bethesda, Limedale, and then over towards Batesville. It does look like that is going to go towards your north. The storm off towards the south has stronger rotation, really near the Cleburne County line there where the 3 counties meet. Very strong rotation east of Highway 5. That's coming up on Melrose. That's heading towards Almond and Locust. Look at the tornado warnings that we have up here. These are the tornado warnings all in the northern part of the state. We're watching central Arkansas very carefully. The storm down in Arkadelphia, unfortunately, does spell trouble, Barry. And something we noticed in the model data this evening was that there was a dominant storm that developed in South Arkansas, had it moving all the south of the metro area. It looks like it's heading east-northeast, and I think this storm is going to be with us for a while, and I do think it will have the chance to eventually produce a tornado. Tornado warning currently in effect southeast of Arkadelphia. This one's going to go through the northern section of Dallas County, the southern section of Hot Spring County, and it could end up in maybe the southern section of Grant County as well. Sheridan, let's keep our eye on that one, and down the road, it could be a little bit, but this is that type of night where storms are periods of time. It's that type of night. Let's keep an eye on that if you are in Pine Bluff. Looks like we've got a new tornado warning, and that is going to be back up towards the Batesville area.
Yeah, reshaping that one up toward Independence, Izzard, and parts of Sharp County.
That is the circulation that's near Cushman. Wrapped in rain. Barry, I would say these circulations up here are pretty impressive now. Especially the circulation, both circulations, north of Concord near Ben and south of Cushman. Both very impressive to me. I don't see a debris signature just yet, but this new tornado warning goes up into Sharp County. Action here is north of Batesville. Batesville, tornado safe place. We don't have a tornado warning just yet for Batesville, McHugh, Sulphur Rock. It's pretty serious. And it's coming to this to the east as well. So Independence County, go ahead and start moving to your tornado safe place. We're going to be watching this very carefully to see if this can get down. It looks like they've just now drawn a new tornado warning box there. So we've got multiple tornado warnings here with multiple areas of rotation. And so if I call out your town, make sure that you are just getting into your tornado safe spot. Remember, we talked about it a lot earlier, away from windows. Mobile home probabilities, which continue to increase up there. And this storm, you know, Barry, this may actually be forming into one big supercell.
Yeah.
That may be what's happening here. And as that organization happens, I think you'll eventually see the circulation near Cushman begin to weaken. It has not yet, but you'll see the circulation near Concord begin to take over. And that is Batesville, get in your tornado safe spot. I think we could see this continue to get very strong, and that's why these tornado warnings are in effect. So that's up to McHugh, Batesville, and points towards the north.
All right, let's go back to our depiction of the storm down east of Arkadelphia, and there is some indication of rotation out to the east of Arkadelphia now. It kind of passed just on the southeast side of town, moving up toward Brown Springs, and it'll be moving up into that northeastern corner of Clark County and then up into southeastern Saline County. I'm going to first zoom in. You'll see Brown Springs there, but the area of rotation hard to see. There are kind of a couple of different spots, so I'm going to go and show you where we're looking, and it looks like a little notch right there at the junction of Highway 51 and 128. And so I'm going to put a storm track on that so rapidly. And let's go out. Again, these are all moving. I think this is moving a little more. It's not moving true northeast, but I think it's moving east-northeast, which would put up in the vicinity of Sheridan in the course of about 30 minutes or so. Brown Springs will in the path of this storm, of this circulation of the storm. But again, it could be a little north of there. It could be a little southeast of there. And that's what we're looking at. So we're going to keep a close watch on that right now. I'm not sure that it's producing a tornado, but we're going to just assume that it is. And there is that tornado warning that is still in effect. And it includes Arkadelphia still, but Arkadelphia, the circulation is past you. So it's moving up toward Donaldson, Brown Springs, a corner of Hot Spring County.
I've got a report from Franklin, Arkansas, that I'm going to read from a storm chaser, Zach Hardcastle. He's a friend of ours. He says, just got off the got hit by the tornado, nothing left but the foundation of the house. So it was a bad tornado in Izard counties. Let's go back to Max 1. We don't have this storm in northern Pulaski County, but it is taking on the look that you can start to take advantage of the wind fields that exist here. So we're going to be closely watching that. We're getting really close to passing over Maumelle again. The danger is not immediate, but I think down the road, this is going to be tornado warned. So northern Pulaski County, southern Faulkner County, let's keep an eye on that. Barry, you just looked at the storm that was in Clark County. We're still watching the storm that's towards the north, Mount Vernon, Rosebud. Weak rotation with that. And still two very impressive circulations that exist up north of Concord and Batesville. And really these two supercells are now becoming one. Kind of the dominant now is some cell mergers. As that happens, supercells like the one to the north in Sharp County really become capable of producing big, large, long-track tornadoes. So the danger, I think, the concern is really high for those of you in Independence County as these storms go through that process and further towards the northeast and back towards central Arkansas. If the storm in Pulaski County could continue, have to watch that one. That one spells trouble. County, all out by itself, and it looks the part. It just does not have enough rotation with it. Barry, keeping a close eye on the storm that's down towards the eastern section of Clark County. Still a very well-defined inflow notch right here. Here's our rotation. We're actually at the southern part of this tornado warning. So what the Weather Service is going to do, tornado warning for places further towards the east. That's likely going to include Willow, maybe out towards Leola as this moves towards the east. Probably a section of southern Grant County and a section of northern Dallas County. So if you are in those locations, if you're along Highway 9 and you're just waiting on your tornado warning, this storm is moving towards the east, weakening at least at the current moment. And we haven't talked a whole lot about the storm that is moving southeast of Hope. rotation too. Very strong rotation, actually, southeast of Hope. I'd be very surprised if we don't have a possible tornado down on Arkansas Highway 32. That is just over towards Bodcaw and really, I think even over towards Ralston. You guys can get it. Make sure you are in a tornado safe spot right now, because this thing has wrapped and so that is not a good look with this storm either. That's one of the more impressive circulations that we have seen. That's moving out of Hempstead and into Nevada County, Bodcaw and Ralston. Very concerned for you. This storm down here is moving a little bit slower. It's moving at about 30 miles per hour. Looking at debris detector, hard to tell down in that part of the state, but that is what we will continue to monitor. So that is the latest on our big tornado warning storms. We have 4 of them. The one up in far north Arkansas has produced a long track, very damaging tornado with major damage reported back in Stone and Izard counties. We've got the circulation west of Batesville, northwest of Batesville that we're watching. We've got the warning for southern Grant County, northern Dallas County. Very troublesome circulation moving into Nevada County. So that is the latest on all the storms outside of Pulaski County. And Barry, I think we should be able to look at some new scans that have come in on the storm that is really getting close now to the Maumelle Morgan.
That one, and tell you, it is not as strong as some of the other storms that we've seen, but it is worrisome. And so let's take a look at it if we can. And there's just no discernible rotation where the hook area 65 out toward Mayflower. We're just going to watch that very closely right there. This is what it looks like, just reflect. You can see this big sweeping area with a little bit of a notch there, but no obvious signs of rotation yet. And I think yet's the operative word. On into the tornado warned storm, and you said they're going to be redrawing this. I think it's going a little bit more east than it is northeast. But even at that, around Brown Springs, so the corner of Clark, I don't see I see more of a sign of rotation than I did. There's some outflow right there, outbound winds and inbound winds coming. And I'm saying it's probably on the south side of this that we're looking at. A lot of wind coming out. But for right now, it's hard to see exactly. Just put there's the inflow Round Springs. So if you're in the small community of Round Hill, I'm going to go out here and go back toward Lono, on up to Brush Creek. This is out in advance.
This is in the northern section of Independence County.
Okay.
Got a tornado down in Santana. Near there's quite a few streets in here. This is headed in the direction of Cave City. So this is in the of Independence County, and there's a very good down. This is well to the northeast of Cushman. It's only been down for a few scans, but that is confirmed now, and it is moving off towards the north. I'm going to put as it moves towards the northeast. It's moving at a very quick pace. There's still Batesville that we are watching, but this is the confirmed that's we're moving northeast at 50 miles per hour, so it's going to be towards Cave City here. Cave City is going to be before that. I would assume we're looking at probably closer to 5 or 6 minutes with this circulation that is headed in your direction. So we got a lot of you in Cave City that watch us. Head to that tornado safe place. The tornado debris signature is down. It quickly is approaching Cave City. It's that green dot right there, that green and blue dropout. Mellon Drive is right there, and if you are, that's along US 167. US 167 in Ashflat already been hit by a tornado. Cave City, and this looks like it's going to cross very close to the Sonic and at Bailey's and at Cave City, and I would even say up towards the Dollar General. If those locations are familiar to you, make sure that you are in a safe spot right now. I think the Sonic sits about right here in Cave City. We got a tornado up north of Batesville, everybody. But Batesville, the threat is not over for you either.
Yeah, just out west of town.
Down towards the southwest, strong rotation just to the west of town. That's off 106, Highway 106. And I don't see a debris down, but that's very strong rotation, and we very well could be ending up with another tornado there off Punch Lane and really very close to Arc 1. New severe thunderstorm warning includes part of White County, and that is going to include Pleasant Plains and areas north. Going to have to watch that one very close. It's got the look of a supercell storm. Both of these storms. But now we've got 2 confirmed tornadoes in the state. That's the one up in, that is a strong tornado there north of Ravenden Springs. Unfortunately, I think we're going to have some major damage up there in that part of the state. But the immediate threat right to Cave City. We don't have a new tornado warning east of Arkadelphia. I'd imagine that's coming soon.
Right now, it's a severe thunderstorm warning. I don't know if they are reshaping it right now or not, but we're going to watch that very closely. I do want to go to source number 2, if we can, and I will show you down at Bodcaw. This is down in southwest Arkansas. There's Prescott right here. Bodcaw, that, or actually it's the Shreveport radar, but still a long way away. That's a pretty pronounced signature right there, right along Highway 278. It'll be moving off to the northeast and eventually up through largely rural north of Ralston, north of Bluff City, and it looks like this rotation will go south of Prescott later on tonight. And I'm just going to back out and show you because I know it's, for some of us, we're kind of, well, what's our point of reference here? Well, there's Arkadelphia. The tornado warning this has been reshaped to a severe thunderstorm warning, James, out to the east.
Okay, Barry, they're issuing a tornado County.
Okay, yeah, I was just going to show you. Has started to look a little more out to the down to the southeast of Lake Maumelle, and so we're going to zoom in on that one just a little, and it's very close to the radar site right there, and you'll see that this is an area going away from the radar site and toward it. It looked a little more impressive, I think, just a second ago, only because. Well, it's just very difficult because it's right there, but that's what they're issuing for. And we'll show you the storm itself with this trailing edge right back here. And that's out to the east of Mason, down to the southeast. And there's Highway 89 moving out to the east of there. So that is the tornado warned area if you're in the northern part of Pulaski County.
That's Camp Robinson that it's over right now.
Yeah, it's just down here. It'll be moving across that southernmost part of Faulkner County and then moving on up toward the Highway 64 corridor, Highway 7 corridor, 64 running right there. 107, sorry, not 7.
We have Austin Burks on the line. I think he's in the vicinity of this supercell. Austin, can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, James and Barry, can you hear me?
Hey,
yes.
What's your seeing?
So south, moving southwest on, just got on I-67. So I'm trying to get in position of that new tornado warned storm there in northern Pulaski County. So trying to drop in between right now Beebe and in between Ward, and dropping off towards the south and west.
So you're close to it, and you'll have a view here coming up. For our friends in Valonia, you are included in the tornado warning. Let's go ahead and head to the shelters. This does look like it is going to pass towards your south. So we've got the area over Camp Robinson right now. This is going to pass north of Gravel Ridge. We've got a ton of homes here in northern Pulaski County, and those are going to be affected. West Republican Road dealt with a couple of tornadoes the last few years. Cato, off Highway 89, Warsaw, Macon. If you're just north really directly north of the Little Rock Air Force Base in Jacksonville. That is the runway at the Air Force Base. This storm is looking towards just past directly to the north. Let's get to your tornado safe place as quick as you can. We're still awaiting really the storm to intensify, but it can do that at any point. And Barry, I'll let you kind of reset the table here. It looks like we have a new tornado warning.
Okay. Let's go back to Max 2 if we can. And there it is right there. And it's right along Highway 89 that we're seeing that sign of rotation as it moves right up in the northernmost part of Pulaski County and the southernmost part of Faulkner County, and moving over on up toward where Highway 89 and Highway 107 come together. There's Highway 107 that's moving down. And so it's that northern part. The storm has been designated as a tornado producer, but you can see the little hook feature right there, and it's right over the Highway 89 area. So within that area, go ahead and get into that safe spot. James mentioned Republican Little Rock Air Force Base. It looks like it may go just to the north there, the runway here at the southern end, but the rotation area, if there's a tornado, that's where it would be. And we don't know that for sure it is, but boy, it certainly had that look for a long time. Up to the north, we see strong storms near Pangburn, near Pickens. That's a severe thunderstorm warning. It's a severe thunderstorm warning. And I don't want to forget about down in Nevada County, where we also have rotation down around Bodcaw and Highway 278. It'll be passing through that area south of Emmett, and just on the moving. Go back to central and the tornado warned storm here in the central part of the state, and I think it's starting to ramp up as it moves into that area. And there it is. It's Highway 89. This is it's very close to the radar site right here. County moves down and Faulkner County is right there. Those two areas right there is what we're looking at west of the 7 corridor as it moves off to the northeast. I'm going to go back a few scans and I'll show you just exactly where it went, but you can see it, that if you look closely, see how the reds and greens get a lot brighter just in the last few frames. We'll look for debris, but we don't know if it's down or not. We're going to assume that it is. If you're anywhere from Valonia, especially the south side of Valonia, 107 down to Highway, that's where you need to get space. There's the Highway 5 corridor right there, and this storm has pulsed up some for you folks in far northern Pulaski County and the far southeastern corner of Faulkner. I'm going to go back, and I'm just going to show you the progression of this storm. Look how it really began there just in the last few frames, and it will be moving on up to the northeast, eventually going out into White.
All right, up in Independence County, we've got a possible tornado north of Batesville. I don't have a tornado debris signature, but we're up in North Arkansas. This tracked just to the west and northwest of Batesville, just barely missing the downtown area. And I'll go exactly where this is. This tornado, this possible tornado, there's East College Street, just directly towards the north. And now we're up towards, really, that's Arkansas Highway 394, directly north of town. So if we're watching this tornado threat for you, we still have strong rotation on this storm, and it is going to continue off towards the northeast. We're getting a little further away from the radar now, but we still have a tornado down northeast of Cave City. That is just well southeast of Evening Shade, but that east and North Arkansas has seen quite the prolific tornado event tonight. It's tough to get a debris signature, but that is a long way. This is from Memphis. I think we've got another strong tornado down. This is from the Memphis radar, and this is northeast of Cave City. We still have a tornado down along Highway 115. So very quickly, I'm going to call out some locations around Arkansas Highway 115 there. That's to the northeast of Cave City, or Highway 58, which turns into 115. That's actually Highway 58 there. North Gravel Pit Road, you're very close to this. Prosperity Road, very close to this. And as we move up towards the county line and get toward Calamine there is on the west side of the line. You are in the path of this storm, and then Jessup as we pass into Lawrence County, which is out of the Little Rock TV market. But I know we do have some of you that do catch us. You have the information that you need to keep you and your family safe. The circulation off towards the southwest, not as strong on the north side of Batesville, but near Pfeiffer off US 167 is still monitoring a very strong area of rotation there. Fortunately, at least at the moment, doesn't look like we have a debris signature with that one. But we have confirmed several tornadoes with radar tonight, mainly in North Arkansas. We are now tracking a tornado-warned storm in the Little Rock metro area, but we have a new tornado warning that includes Grant County. That's Leola. It includes Sheridan. It includes Prattsville. Barry, I'm gonna take a look real quick on StormScan. I'm gonna see if we have Scott Hollinger's stream. So I will check for that and also simultaneously keep an eye on the storm that's north of the Air Force Base. Still have strong rotation. No evidence that we have a tornado down, but we are watching rotation south of Valonia there as it moves on the Pulaski-Faulkner County line.
Okay, let's go back to, if we can, Max 2, and that is the area around Willow. So it's Dallas County. I'll just give you Dallas County. This is Hot Spring County, Leola, and there is rotation there, and a new tornado warning has been issued. So everybody from Poen down to Leola, you need to go ahead and get into that safe spot. The inflow is very particularly strong. The outflow not as strong, but this storm is rotating. And as we've seen, at a moment's notice, these storms can produce a tornado. So that's the storm area. This is all well past Arkadelphia. Sheridan, you are in the tornado warning box, and your sirens are going off in that area. So all the way from on 270 from Pola, and this is the area. And we're waiting on a new scan to come in, but I will show you that just the shape of this storm would give me concern even if we couldn't see inside it. But there's that little inflow notch right there near the Willow area. There's Highway 9, and that is going to be moving right across that area. This is Highway 229 South Poen as it moves off to the northeast. Get into that lowest floor of your home, the most interior part. Put barriers between you and the outside walls. And hey, if it's not a tornado, that I would say is great, but go ahead and take the precaution as though it is on the ground and headed towards your house. So that is the one tornado warning we're looking at. Sheridan eventually would be in the path of this. Hopefully it really begins to. We're seeing quite a bit of rotation also with one north of Roston. And if we look down into that part of the state, the velocity product, yeah, there's still right along 278 there, north of Bodcaw, still a very pronounced rotation from the Shreveport radar shooting up that way. So Nevada County, right down through the middle of it, south of Prescott, north of Roston, that's where that storm is going to be rotating. And it looks like it has a ton of rotation along with it. So there are numerous storms, and the storm then that's in the northern part of Pulaski County. And the outflow from the radar is right there. The inflow, maybe not as pronounced it was, but right along. If you're in that area, go ahead and take cover area. It's not the whole box, as we often say. It's one specific part of the box, and that's the great thing that we can look on radar and we can kind of show you, yeah, that's the part that we're concerned about. Looks like the rotation to me is well south, several miles south of Valonia. We're not for sure that that's a tornado, and but again, along 107, and then again on up to the south, Paso and Highway 5. Go ahead as this then moves on out into White County, and it will in just a short amount of time.
Okay, we have reports of damage in Cave City. Don't know what kind of damage, but we have tornado north of Batesville.
Yeah.
Had a new tornado warning to tell you about. It's north and east of Batesville with the circulation that is just near Gainsboro, moving rapidly towards the east, going to follow Highway 25 towards Dota, and then it eventually is going to end up in the northern part of Jackson County, headed towards the area of Tuckerman, Swifton, and Alicia. Up here in North Arkansas, this is just going to stay towards the north of Sulphur Rock. So this is a new tornado warning. Northeast, Independence County, northwest, Jackson County, Make sure you're in your tornado safe place. We still have a confirmed tornado down in the eastern section of Sharp County. This is the one that just went through Cave City, presumably a strong tornado headed for Smithville. Still have a couple of confirmed tornadoes now up in the northeast part of the state, and unfortunately I think these are going to be of the stronger. Towards the south, we've had storms rotate. We have not seen them really be efficient tornado producers just yet, but I do want to tell you that north of Ralston, a strong rotating storm is moving right over you right now. Mount Moriah is right there, and that's Highway 371. Mount Moriah, that's Highway 371, County Road 287. That's got a strong look of a storm that could produce a tornado. I still don't see anything that would confirm debris on that storm, but we will continue to monitor that. That's a very impressive looking storm, and the storm that's looking incredibly impressive right now is in southeast Hot Spring County, approaching Grant County.
Yeah, it's really ramped up.
Very
James.
dangerous.
Really is. And Sheridan, we've heard your tornado sirens are going off. That's good. But it is moving out of Hot Spring County, that far northern part of Dallas County, and into southwestern Grant County. And that has really ramped up just in the last few scans. The outflow, not quite as impressive as the inflow, but the inflow is really, really strong right there. So it's very much a wind producer. And there is that, if it hasn't already. We'll back out just a little bit and give you a time frame on this. These storms, I think, still moving at about 50 miles per hour, 60 miles per hour, rather. And at this rate, it's been moving off to kind of the just shy of northeast. Prattsville, Sheridan, 1108. It's only about 15 minutes or so away from moving into that area. Prattsville, very much sooner. Redfield, England, Lone Oak. I know you say, well, Lone Oak, yeah, that's a long way away. This storm is moving very rapidly, and these storms don't tend to die down if they're all out by themselves. And I will tell you that one looks a little bit like it's all out by itself. Look at this. There's nothing around it. There's nothing around it, and that is the hook that it's developed. There's nothing from Little Rock, where there are just a few scattered showers right now, all the way down into Nevada County. So it has the whole atmosphere to itself, and that's why we're watching this storm. I want you in southwestern Grant County to take shelter right now with this storm. I'm going to zoom back in on it. We'll show you some roads. It's Highway 222. There's Lono. If you're in the Brush Creek area, get into your safe spot. We have Grant County Road 4, Bulldozer Road right there. Grant County Road 3, Brush County Road is on up to the northeast of this as it moves off to the northeast. And I know we're getting just kind of hyper-focused on that area, but that is the area where it is. It's where Hot Spring County and Grant County come together, and they're all moving off to the northeast. And this is moving into, you've got to think, it's moving into an area that is a little more conducive to rotating thunderstorms. We've already seen that in North Arkansas. It seems like every mile you go east and every mile you go north, you get into an area that it's a little more likely for a tornado to develop. And so Grant County, you need to be taking shelter, especially in that southwestern part of Grant County, headed up toward Prattsville and Sheridan just over the course of the next few minutes.
All right, then we've got another that is in White County. This is a new tornado warning, and I'm going to call out some of the locations that could be affected by this. This is north of Searcy, Velvet Ridge up to Denmark, towards Clay. This is a mature supercell storm, and it's starting to rotate quite effectively, so they've issued a tornado warning for that. I expect that this is going to get stronger as it moves towards the northeast. So you see the shape that this storm has. We've just got a supercell here, and there's the tornado, the rotation of the storm. This is the north, not affecting Bald Knob. This is not affecting BB, not affecting Searcy. Bradford, go ahead and get in your tornado safe spot up into Jackson County, Newport. Currently outside of the tornado warning, it's time to think about getting to a tornado safe spot with the speed at which these storms are moving tonight. So we've got the area of rotation that we're tracking. We will see if it continues to develop. the rotation that is just northeast of Batesville, and really it's northeast of Gainesville or Gainsboro, and it looks like it's beginning to move into far northern Independence County. I do want to check in on the storm in Pulaski County. It's had some fairly weak rotation, but Austin Burks, our meteorologist Austin Burks, has been on it. Austin, are you in the vicinity of this storm here coming out of Pulaski County?
Hey, James. Actually, moving now just in case the storm starts turning a little further right, so we can just get on the southeast side of it. But right now I'm on State Highway, I believe 36 or 38. So just to the south of Ward, waiting for this storm to continue to kind of drop east. Well, we might start to nudge a little further north towards BB, see if we can get a look at the storm, see if there's any wall cloud or anything.
Yeah. Have you been able to see anything further towards your west?
No, nothing that I could get a good angle at. So waiting for maybe a better clearing spot.
Yeah.
There is.
Okay, I think he's. Okay, we got you. Yeah, I think you're going through an area with some bad cell service. So we've got a couple of tornado warnings affecting White County. I mentioned Searcy's not included in the warning. BB is included in that warning. BB, it's time to go to the tornado safe place. But we haven't checked in on this storm in a while because the rotation has been fairly broad and fairly weak. On Highway 5, we've got broad rotation. That doesn't mean it can't strengthen as it approaches Ward. And Austin, I think you're in the vicinity of it. You probably are able to rotating wall cloud. Looks like we have some rotation there south of El Paso. This is on 64 east of Valonia. I think you're all clear from this storm. But up towards Ward, BB, Antioch, go ahead and take the safe route. Get into the tornado shelter because I think we do expect that these storms will as they move east. And it looks like they just canceled that tornado warning for that storm. Yeah. But we're going to keep a close eye on it as it continues to move towards the northeast. And
the one down in Grant County has okay. Let's take a look at it if we could, because it just caught my eye. And folks, there are so many out there. We have to go to the ones that are of most importance. And I really am thinking that the one in southwestern Grant County has really started to ramp up. And there it is right there. Leola, just to the north of you, and the reds and greens are coming together right there. There's Highway 222, Highway 229 coming together. And this would put this on a track that would eventually go up towards Sheridan. I'm going to back out and just show you what we're looking at. But there it is, the rotation and moving that eventually would take it towards Sheridan. We don't know that it's producing a tornado, but I will tell you that the outflow now has not quite matched the inflow, but those are where the reds and greens, the outbound winds and the inbound winds are coming together in a relatively small spot. And the trend has been for it to be a little bit stronger just over the last few scans. I'll just go back in time and just show you. There you can see the inbound winds and the outbound winds. It's just a small little couplet there, and it's possible that there could be a tornado within that area. You're in that southwestern corner of Grant County, all the way up to Sheridan, south of Highway 270 for now, and up to the north of Leola, moving to the northeast. That's where you've got to get into your safe spot. There is another storm that we're looking at, and it's down the Shreveport radar, and it is wrapped up northeast of Roston. And that is a tornado warned storm that will be moving over toward Ouachita County eventually, way down in the southwestern part of the state. If you're in that central eastern part of Nevada County or the northwestern part of Ouachita County, you've got to get into a safe spot because that storm has really begun to wrap up. And I'm gonna back out. Yeah, that's a pretty strong indication of a possibility of tornado down in that part of the state. Long way away from the radar, but it's not. But it is a tornado warned storm. Back to Grant County we go. There it is north of Leola. We'll turn the wind product on, and I think it's ramped up even more. I'm going to get out of your way here, but that is a fairly tight couplet of winds going away from and toward the radar site as it moves off to the northeast. There's one little jog. It looked like it jogged maybe a little bit to the right. Prattsville, the circulation center, in my estimation, is going to go just to your south. Keep a wary eye on this. And if you're especially on the south side of Prattsville, just go ahead and get into that safe spot right now. Up to the northeast then is Sheridan, and we're going to continue to watch the Grant County storm, but you've got to be along Highway 190, along Highway 146. You've got to be in that safe spot. We'll call out some of the roads there. Forestry Road, 9009, 9010, Dogwood, small community right there. Get into that safe spot away from exterior walls and windows. You're not going to see anything anyway. It's dark outside. There's a little rain going on with these storms. Let's not chance it. Just get into that most interior part of your house, the lowest floor, because most Arkansas tornadoes are survivable if you're in that safe spot in your house. We're going to continue to watch that storm. It's tornado warned in Grant County. Nothing much happening in the Little Rock area. On up to the northeast, a severe thunderstorm watch in effect for BB, El Paso, and headed up towards Searcy, and then those storms on up to the northeastern part of the state. James.
Yeah, I want to take a look at that one that is coming out of White County. We'll be moving into Jackson County here very shortly. Strong rotation west of Denmark. I think this storm is going to try to produce a tornado here within the next hour. If we can bring Storm Scan full, Steve, let's look at from Cole Outlaw and Jai Collins. They are looking towards the west, towards this storm, and you could see lots of flashes of lightning. They're not yet close enough to get a view of this storm, but we do have some storm chasers out there on this storm. We have Austin Burks following the storm that is north of Cabot. So we have a couple of people in the field tonight, and I'm in contact with quite a few storm chasers. With Scott Hollinger's on the storm south. Stream is not up. Let's go back to radar, please. Let's take a look at the storm first that's in White County, because we have multiple storms, multiple tornado warnings, and we're just kind of jumping around giving you the information that you need. All right, on Max 1, you see we've got a storm to the northwest of Denmark, a strong supercell storm, and there's a signature there that leads me to believe we might be starting to see a tornado debris signature show up. We'll see if that holds for another scan, but if you were along US 167, north of Searcy up to Denmark and Pleasant Plains, you've got to be in a safe place. This area of rotation is strongest near Morris Drive, Scoggins Road, Jerry Smith Road, and in Denmark, in between Denmark and Pleasant Plains. That's very strong rotation. I think we're going to be following this storm until it gets out of the Little Rock TV market. That looks like a very, very dominant storm. And now I think we've got a pretty serious situation now.
Yeah, we're watching the storm in Grant County. Let's go back to it real quickly, folks. I want to tell you that you've got to be in a safe spot in Grant County because what I'm seeing is not only is there a pronounced couplet of winds going toward and away from the radar site right there, I think I may see... Yeah, there's a debris dropout right there. So this is a confirmed tornado, and it is that area that I've been pointing out south of Prattsville, around the Dogwood community right there, of what is rain and then not rain there. So there's debris that's being lofted up into the air, and it is headed towards Sheridan. Sheridan, I want you to be right now. I don't want you to go out and look outside. Don't go out. Get into that safe spot in your house. This is moving very quickly toward you, and all down Highway 46, all the way down, maybe just on the north side of that. That's where where these reds and greens come, where you're going to see the potential for rotation right there. It's in a tight area, and boy, the inbound winds are very, very strong. Again, back to the debris detector, it corresponds exactly to where the reds and the greens come together. So that will be likely a confirmed tornado. We're going to look at what the National Weather Service has to say about that. But yeah, there's so much going on. I can't blame them. They've warned that storm. And so in this notch area right here, that's a big inflow into this storm. And we have seen a sign of debris along with it as it moves. Right there, it's going to move towards Sheridan. So
yeah,
Sheridan, you've got to be in your spot.
This is extremely serious, Barry. You circled it. I'm going to stick with the debris detector here and kind of go street by street. We've got some forestry roads that we're going to move over. We are going to approach State Highway 190. We are near got the tornado right here east of 291, so it's going to be coming up in between 291 and 190. And as it does so, it's going to be trees, any power lines that are there, and as you look at the direction of travel, We're about 7 miles towards the southwest of Sheridan. So moving at 45 to 50 miles per hour. We have just a few minutes, so if you are in the town of Sheridan, any side, please get in your tornado safe place. We've got a tornado down. This is a night where we could have strong tornadoes from these storms that stay down for quite a while. So we hope that this thing falls apart. This is time to put your tornado safety plan into action. Interior room, and you do not want to be in a car or in a mobile home. We've got a tornado down that's coming up near Dogwood. I think that actually this thing is going to be very visible. I think this thing will be visible to the naked eye just looking at the storm. I think you'd be able to see it. We do have Scott, and he's an Arkansas storm chaser, native to Grant County. And I'm going to take a look here. It doesn't look like he is live at the moment. It could be due to a cell service issue, but I do know that he is down that way. He's actually got his feed live, but it doesn't look like there is anything on it. So we'll. But the important part that you need to know right now, we have a tornado down, debris signature, serious situation coming up on Sheridan. We have a tornado down at Dogwood in Grant County. This is moving rapidly towards the northeast. Looks like the Weather Service, and as you were saying, Barry, can't blame them. There's a ton of things happening right now. They have not acknowledged that yet. But I want to take a look at the storm back coming into Jackson County, because it has a very concerning look. And it is showing, we talked about it a little bit earlier, the donut hole signature, where you get this reflectivity dropout in the middle of the rain, and that doesn't just happen. That is due to a tornado. So likely, probably do have a tornado right here in the northwest. It's through that section of Jackson County that jets out to the west. This is northeast of Denmark. We've got a possible tornado. It's going to pass through the far southeast part of, it looks like, Independence County, and then back into Jackson County. And I think this thing is going to stay to the south of Oil Trough, but it's very important. East of Pleasant Plains, over to Newport, Oil Trough. If you are anywhere in this vicinity, Thida, over to Coffeyville, get in a safe spot immediately. That is a very concerning look with that storm that is getting ready to move into Jackson County. So got several big cell storms that continue to track across the state. Now we're down to about 5 really big storms. And Barry, we haven't checked in on the storm that's coming northwest of Camden. Do we have anything?
I have. Yeah, and it's a considerable storm from the radar site down into Nevada County. And looking at it, it's Bluff City and Chittister down in southwest Arkansas. So this is coming out of Nevada County. This is Ouachita County, and right there. And again, folks, that is a long way from the radar site, but that is a pretty impressive and tight look to that. So if you're in the Bluff City area, you've got to get into the safe spot there. There are other storms on down to the south of that even, but for now, that is a strong storm. And then, of course, the one up in Grant County, and this tail hanging down from this storm out to the southwest of Sheridan, that's where the rotation is. There's inflow coming in to the bottom of that storm, hail core up to the north, pretty classic supercell look. And if you look at the debris detector, there is somewhat of a dropout right there. And remember what I said? It was right where this was coming around. I think there's still a dropout right there, which means that there is debris in the air, and this is moving towards Sheridan. Hard to tell sometimes, but we have so many products available to us that you can see that the rotation is very strong toward and away from the radar site. And Sheridan, you've got to be around the bypass on the west side of town. You've got to be in that safe spot in your home. Just get down to just think, I've got to get in the lowest level. I've got to get into an interior hallway, bathroom, closet, something away from exterior walls and windows on the lowest floor of your house. And that's where you need to go right now. It's racing up toward you. And so get into that area very, very quickly. Debris-wise, yeah, it may not be as pronounced as it was, but that's irrelevant. A storm with that look and with the velocity look that it has, we're going to just assume that this is a tornado on the ground and it will be moving up through the central part of Grant County and then on up to the northeast of there. Backing out somewhat, I want to give you some perspective. There's southwest Arkansas. There are several tornado warnings down there. And then the tornado warning that James mentioned up into Jackson and Independence County there in Pleasant Plains in that area. In the Little Rock area, it looks like our threat has ended along with Conway and Benton and Bryant, but we are watching Grant County very, very closely. And boy, James, it's a night where everything is coming together and all these storms are out by themselves, and it's something you never want to happen, but great that we have technology like this that we can look into the storm and we can see exactly what's happening, including lofting that debris up into the air. It's horrible to look at, but we're warning you that this is likely a tornado as it moves toward Sheridan.
All right, and we have a lot of friends in Sheridan. You got to be in your safe place right now. This is approaching from the west side. We're coming up on 167 right now. Shoemaker Road. This is passed over now, County Road 53. I've got it circled for you, and Grant 43. This is coming up into the much more populated area of Sheridan. It looks like it's going to go right towards the center part of town, right over 270. This is as serious as it gets. The strong area of rotation continues to approach from the southwest. Excuse me, don't wait. And I do think that this thing's probably visible to the naked eye. I don't think there's a ton of precipitation down towards the south side of the storm, but we've got a tornado right there. We can actually see it on reflectivity. And Barry, has the Weather Service
no.
acknowledged? No,
they're still talking about the Lawrence County storm.
Yeah, there's big storms up there.
There's a definitely one there. No, but you know what I always say, on a night like this, they've got a lot on their plate. We are their partners here to get the word out to you, and that's exactly what we're doing right there. And we're looking as they are. And so Sheridan, whether or not that's a tornado, looks like it in your safe spot. And let's get through this. Let's get into the interior of your house, the lowest floor, as it races into town. In fact, with the processing time, it's already right on top of you. Don't you just got to be into that safe spot. And then along and ahead of that, this will take this up toward the Redfield area.
Pleasant Valley. I need a little. I'm sorry, it was something.
There's
okay, so we
some
have
power lines down there. Must have been some strong winds.
Some strong winds on the backside of that storm.
Yeah.
Harry, I do think we need to take a quick look up at the storm that's going through southeast Independence County. The Weather Service talking about the possibility that this storm is trying to produce a tornado. I don't see a debris dropout, but again, we're not forgetting about you up here in Jackson County. We're watching that very closely. The storm further north of that, outside the Little Rock TV market, a very dangerous storm. Major damage looks like up in maybe parts of Lawrence County. Further towards the south, we have not talked about the storm towards Beebe. It is a supercell. It does bear watching. Right now, the rotation is weak. Going to go ahead and go back down to Sheridan because that's where the most serious situation is at this time. We've got strong rotation and possible tornado coming into town from the southwest. The debris signature, thankfully, is not very wide, but it does, as we try to pick these things out, we're going through a lot of data. This dropout right here is what I'm talking about, crossing over 167, coming up to 270. That is the tornado. It looks small on here, and that's a good thing, but it's still coming up towards Sheridan. We have numerous power outages from this storm off towards the southwest through Grant, part of Hot Spring County. So I think this storm is doing damage, whether it's tornado or not. It is down to power lines at some point. All right, so we've got a new scan there, Barry. Looks a little bit messy.
Yeah, there's a lot of hail that it's looking through.
Yeah.
Because it's straight to the north is where the radar site is. So let's just, regardless of how it looks, let's just assume that it's still there. I'm just looking for some power outages in that area. And I think there are, there are some in the Little Rock area, but not a lot. And down to the south. A lot of them in North Arkansas, though. All right, coming up on Sheridan right now. We're looking at this storm, and it's a maybe a little more broad, the area of rotation, but it's right on top of Sheridan, and it's moving up, and it will move along Highway 270 as it goes out of town, but then going north of there along Highway 46, I-530 in Redfield. And again, we hope that this is not producing a tornado. We hope that it has encountered some resistance, but I wouldn't count on that at all as it moves right through the town. Get into that safe spot in your house. Having said that, oh, well, the tornado warning has been extended, and now you can see it's clear out into the northern part of Jefferson County, and so this whole area is now tornado warned all the way down to Whitehall, although to me it looks like this will be far to the north of Whitehall, where given what it's been doing, it'll be paralleling 46 and heading up more toward Redfield, but just be wary on down. And then we've got the other storm. In fact, two storms down in southwest Arkansas, and I'm going to look at the velocity product on those. And around Chittister in southwest Arkansas, Bluff City over to Chittister. That's a long way from the radar site. I think there's a definite possibility of a tornado there, and it is tornado warned as it moves into Ouachita County. So if you're in that northwestern corner of Ouachita County, you've got to take cover with this storm as it moves. I'm going to back out just a little bit. It just takes into the northwestern part of Ouachita County. There's Camden, so these storms are going to go northwest of you and then head up into Dallas County as well in just a little while. Still watching Grant County. The storm is right on top of Sheridan right now. The look of this is just a large tail hanging down, and that's the area that you look at. You look for winds to be wrapping into a rotation center there. Hail core up to the north, out to the west of Highway 167. That'll be passing over there. And the velocity.
The circulation looks a little weaker than it did southwest
Yeah, I think
of town.
so. The outbound circulation looks weaker than it did,
yeah.
But don't let off your guard there as it moves on up to the northeast. And we hope that this thing has run its course, but we can't be sure of that. So
looks
still
like we
tornado
lost the debris signature, so that's good. At least it's harder to find. It's not as easy to find. So perhaps that's a good sign there for Sheridan. New tornado warning that includes Newport over to Grubbs. We have a very strong area of rotation south of Oil Trough. This is east of Pleasant Plains, and this is headed right into Newport. So the northern half of Jackson County, get your tornado safe spot. For whatever reason, these storms up in North Arkansas have been producing tornadoes much more efficiently than down in the south half of the state. We've had a couple of big tornadoes tonight go through the northern parts of our state. So this is Newport. This tornado warning does include Tuckerman. And as I continue to search for a debris signature, it's harder and harder to find the further away you get from the radar. But I do think that based off reflectivity, we have a little reflectivity hole right there in the middle of this, southeast of Oil Trough. So I do think a tornado could possibly be down. We are working reports. I will tell you we have power outages along the path of the Grant County storm. We have numerous power outages just off towards the east of Arkadelphia. There's a section of power outages, likely trees and power lines down. I don't see anything from Sheridan just yet. If you watch us from Sheridan, we'd love to know what you are seeing, and hopefully your threat is not as great as it looks on the radar. Still have a couple of tornado warnings up here in Jackson County, and this is a pretty strong supercell, strong rotation. That's Oil Trough over to Newport. The couple of highways that I want you to be aware of is 367, of course, over to 67, and Highway 14. This is all getting into a lot of flat land here. Even though it's quite a bit larger, certainly does look like you would be able to probably see what is coming at you there as it's moving off towards the east-northeast. Very quickly, I want to check in on the supercell that's moving through White County near Garner. It's crossing over 167. No doubt probably has a low-hanging wall cloud, but rotation continues to be weak with that storm. That's going to be bringing some very heavy rain, likely some hail possibly up to the Searcy area. And now we're watching the storm that's eventually going to make it into Jefferson County. So tornado or no tornado now, We know this storm is capable of producing it. It has done damage at some point in its life cycle, at least back towards the southwest of Sheridan and east of Arkadelphia. Whitehall, you're under this tornado warning. The city of Pine Bluff is not. Whitehall, and especially up to Redfield, I-530, let's make sure that we're in a safe spot. If you happen to live in these areas, this does not include any section of Pulaski County, but we're going to watch it to see if it drifts any further towards the north. This tornado warning goes all the way out to Sherrill, and right now passing through a lot of woodland here as we get into the east side of Sheridan. 270. That's really going to be very close to US 270 for at least a little while before it moves slightly east-northeast. Barry, do you have anything?
Just looking down in the northwestern part of Ouachita County and looking at just the velocity signature. This is northwest. It's near Chittister, Ouachita County, Bluff City over to Nevada County, and there does look to be a couplet right there. It is tornado warned. It does take it all the way up to around Sparkman, this tornado warning, as it moves off to the northeast. But this is a broad tornado warning, and the rotation part of it is clearly in a very small area of that. But you can see the storms down in that southwestern part of the state from Ralston and Nevada County, south of Prescott, be coming up. And it will be north of Camden and north of Bearden as this area moves on up. So you're in a tornado-warned area. The center of circulation is in the northwestern part of Ouachita County, though. So we're going to watch that very, very carefully. Still watching northeast of Sheridan. There is still rotation there, folks. Yeah, and the storm still has that tail on it. I don't know if it's ramped back up maybe a little bit. I don't know. It's hard to tell. It's looking through a real strong hail core up to the north, so it may be what we call attenuating some of the beam, but this is still a tornado-warned storm. And I'm going to say, Redfield, just go ahead and get in that safe spot. You're on along Highway 46 there. Just go ahead and get into the safe area all the way up to Redfield and where it intersects with I-530. It's a possible tornado, I would call that right now. And as I look at the debris signature,
I've got another debris signature on a different storm. Serious situation developing now up in Jackson County. We have a tornado down on the Independence-Jackson County line. This is approaching Newport, Diaz, Jacksonport, Remy. Get in a safe spot right now. This is new information. We've got it. You see it right there. Just the latest scan. We're right over the highway there. That's Highway 14 and where it intersects Highway 367 near Max. That is a confirmed tornado, and that is headed to the north side of Newport and possibly could affect Jacksonport and for sure Jacksonport State Park, Diaz. All of these locations need to be in a safe spot right now. That's a very serious situation. It's very strong rotation currently sitting directly over Max. And we have, via radar, can confirm that a tornado is down. And I'll tell you that when we confirm a tornado from Jackson County, we're having debris lofted to at least 6,000 feet. So that's coming up on Jacksonport and Newport. Make sure you are in a very safe tornado spot there, the interior of your house, a bathroom, a closet, any of those types of places. Underground is best, but we don't all have underground shelters. Make sure you put as many walls between you and the tornado as possible. That tornado debris signature continues to move towards the northeast. I see it both from the Memphis radar and from the Little Rock radar. And I'll tell you, at the Memphis radar, it's a little bit closer. So we're just slightly closer to the ground there. And it's an 8,000 foot. Debris is being lofted to 8,000 feet at the very least. So, Barry, that's very concerning. I think we have a strong now to come into the Newport and Jacksonport and Diaz areas. So I just checked. We're watching this from Memphis and from Little Rock, the radar sites. We're having debris thrown up to at least 8,000 feet. This is right on Highway 14 right now. We're approaching Arkansas, Highway 69 and 17. We're moving rapidly towards the northeast. Now, Newport, this may go just to your north. It may go just to the north, but we want to make sure that you have everybody in your family in a safe spot very quickly. If you're in a mobile home, make sure you're getting to sturdy shelter. Hopefully that's already been accomplished. Nobody should be in cars now driving on Highway 14 northwest of Newport, Highway 69 north of Newport or up towards Diaz, or on US 67. Eventually, this circulation is going to cross over US 67 north or northeast of Newport. So no, we don't want you traveling because cars are very dangerous places to be during tornadoes. Look at that scan from Memphis. My
It's definitely
goodness.
on the ground.
Yeah, we have there's probably a big tornado there moving into Jacksonport, and this is not good. Just as north of Highway 14 now. This is the newest scan. Coming into Jacksonport, Newport's likely going north of you. We'll continue to keep a close eye on this. Barry, I don't want to get tunnel vision here on one storm because we have a lot of serious storms in the state right now, but that is one where damage with what could be a very strong tornado.
I'll go right back to you, but I do want to check in on the storm in Grant County, only because I think it is beginning to die. So this is down to the south of Little Rock. Still a tornado-warned storm, and I'm saying get in your safe spot. But as we look at the velocity, this does not look as pronounced as it did just a little while ago. See there to the south of Sheridan, there's a lot of inbound wind, and now that looks like not as strong. That's good news. No debris drop out along with it, although the storm is still strong, still tornado warned along Highway 46 and up to Redfield. I want you to go ahead and get in to your tornado safe spot, and we'll continue to monitor that. And also one storm down to the south, and the velocity product down into Ouachita County. I think it looks like a little more broad rotation, but there are several spots around the southeasternmost part of Clark County and northwestern Ouachita wind and the possible rotation there. So there are two areas of tornado warnings, one for this storm, southern Clark County, and one on the north end of this one in northwestern Ouachita County, moving up toward the Sparkman area. So if you're in Sparkman and along Highway 7 there, just keep in mind this storm is going to be coming very close to you in a very short amount of time, and we'll look at it again. There's a lot of rainfall within these storms. Just hard to pick out anything. We're watching again that storm in Grant County that will move into the northwestern corner of Jefferson County very shortly. James?
We've got a tornado in Jacksonport right now. This is north of Newport. This is near County Road 65, approaching Fitzgerald within the next few seconds. This is moving towards the northeast. Remember, radars now can confirm tornadoes, and that is what we have here up in Jackson County. I'll give you a little bit of perspective. We are just north of Newport, and you can see all the streets there in Newport. This is just to the north. Diaz still wants you in your safe place. We're moving off towards the east-northeast. So this is eventually going to cross over or just north of Jackson 289. There's the newest scan. We've got what's likely a strong tornado on the ground here north of Diaz. This is now in Fitzgerald. So this is moving quickly towards the northeast. There it is from the Memphis radar. I'll circle it for you. It's that big blue dot right there. Just in and north of Jacksonport, coming into Diaz. Here is Highway 367, and north of Airport Village, I should say. All those spots, I would say even up to Tuckerman, make sure that you're in your tornado safe spot. I say that hopefully instilling the confidence in you that you are going to be okay if you can get to your tornado safe spot, to put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible. Jacksonport there is just on the banks of the White River, so we have now crossed over the White River. Fitzgerald is towards the north. I believe we have a couple of landmarks in here that I can hopefully help you identify. We have
Power flashes west of Newport.
Okay, so yeah, we've got a large tornado coming in north of Newport. That's Jacksonport being affected right now. And I'm going to look down the road because there are those of you that are about to go through this if this thing does not. And so if you're in the northern section of Jackson County all the way over to Grubbs, between Diaz and Grubbs, get to a safe spot right now. That includes Fitzgerald. That includes, there's several businesses along 367. There's Georgia, the northeast side of Diaz. Anywhere in these areas, if you know where I'm talking about, make sure you get to a safe spot immediately. Remember, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Still have the tornado debris signature just updated there. The latest scan from Little Rock and Memphis. We've got a tornado over Bar Road heading up towards Campbell Lane. Any second now, this large tornado is going to cross over north of Van Dyke Road, and that is 67 right here. So I'm sure we have a lot of people on US 67 at this hour. Now is not the time to be traveling on US 67. You want to make sure that you are out of the path of this tornado. So if you are on 367 north of Diaz or to the south Denton Island, you should not be traveling in that little section right there. So you have a large tornado that's moving through Jackson County. We can confirm that debris is being lofted several thousand feet up. Got a ham radio operator report with tornado on the ground. Got a couple of spotters in the area. I don't have, and then they see power flashes. So we have multiple sources confirming tornado on the ground. I think we have their stream, Barry, is pulled up. I'm going to pull it up on StormScan. This is looking, that is Scott Hollinger's stream. Okay. This is Jay and Cole Outlaw. They are in the vicinity of this storm. They have confirmed that they power outages, or power flashes rather, back into the storm. We can see a lot of lightning. And there's the live image there as it approaches 367. Let's take a storm scan real quick. We can get a look at the storm stream from Cole Outlaw and Jay Collins. Looks like we just have a ton of lightning. It's hard to make out a lowering, at least from their current vantage point. All right, let's go back to Max 1, tracking the tornado near 367 in Campbell Lane, Still Mill Road. And this is quickly approaching Highway 67. Barry, is there anything else urgent?
Southwest Arkansas, I'm watching a couple of storms, and there are two separate warnings, one for southeastern Clark County with a storm headed towards Sparkman, one in northwestern Ouachita County, and neither of those recognized as they did just a little while ago. They're a long way from the radar site there, but nothing that I see that there's any obvious tornado in the area of Sparkman or down County. Real quick,
the RDOT cam is showing a large tornado in, north of Newport.
Okay, let's see if we can get that.
So I'm pulling that up now.
Yeah, there it is.
There's Diaz. Let me go to a different camera here off 57. Okay, this might have a good view of it, looking towards the south. Okay, Barry, we can come back to this. But that's just kind of a vantage point there. It looks like we have a pretty, I saw a picture of it through the lightning tornado viewed from this point. Green flashes there. So this is just to the north of Newport, and we're looking at just to the north of Diaz as well. Damage reports out of Jackson County.
Okay. Yeah, pretty obviously there. Area moving on up into the northeast. It'll be moving up toward, well, to the north of Grubbs, between Grubbs and Tuckerman. All right, let's take down in Bald Knob. There's a strong storm rotation down to the south of. Nothing of note for that up. Then outside here in Little Rock, still a tornado in County. Yes. As it moves off to the northeast, impressive as it did, but go to the lower portion of your home and let's just ride this storm out. It's down. I'm just, but it's part of Jefferson. We can just see at all associated with this storm. Certainly has the look of a storm that's all out by itself. But for right now, it doesn't look you on a just play it safe rather than sorry on those. And then moving on down, still tornado warnings down into southwestern Dallas County, northwestern Ouachita County. There could be something out there, but again, it is so far from the radar site that it's really hard to tell. But there is a tornado warning, so if you're in that, go ahead and take cover with this storm that will be west of Camden. It'll be moving off into the direction it'll take it to the northeast.
Okay, can we now 27 south of Tucker, confirmed large in Jackson County tornado storm scan. I have a camera off 67 looking toward is going to pass through what this camera is looking at. So we'll come back to that here when we get a view of the tornado. Let's go back to Max 1. Large tornado now, south side of Tuckerman, moving east. There's Highway 37. This is US 67. Very busy road, has several traffic cameras on it. Still have the big tornado debris signature that is pushing off towards the east. Hopefully, you're in your tornado safe spot. And again, as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and you can be just fine with this thing. This thing is just barely to the south of Tuckerman, possibly impacting the south side of Tuckerman. County Road 208, I've got, looks like a strong area of rotation there along and just south of Highway 37. That is where the debris signature is, along and just south of that State Highway 37. Off towards the east, Denton Island, if you're north of Grubbs, North Pitts, all these places that we're talking about, you have to get in a safe spot immediately. All right, let's go back to storm scan. I think we've got the camera up, and it's pointed towards the south. Let's take out tornado, but I think it's going to cross on the right side of your screen to the left. We'll come back. Very, very dangerous.
Southbound, so it's moving right to left.
Right to left, yeah. This is extremely dangerous situation here as we are monitoring. Hey, look at this. There's very few people on the roads there.
Yeah.
But it's a good idea that if you know anyone in this area of the state that's maybe not paying attention to the weather, give them a call. Let them know we have a very dangerous situation there in Jackson County with a big tornado in Tuckerman and off towards the east.
There's nobody coming northbound.
Yeah. We got a new tornado warning, Barry, southeast of Searcy.
Yeah, that storm looked like it was beginning to want to rotate, and there it is. So come back to me real quickly, James. Keep an eye on that. Tornado warning now for that storm. I of Bald Knob, and now it has begun to rotate. It is south of Bald Knob. It's out to the northeast point, and this will continue to move up across the White River. The rotation will be maybe in the vicinity of Augusta or perhaps just to the north of it, but it's moving off. And I will give you what it looks like right now. And you can see it's out to the east of Searcy. We're going to look and see if we have any debris with it now. It doesn't look like yet, but it's ramped up quite a bit to the south of Bald Knob. There you can see Highway 367. This rotation is down to the south of you, Bald Knob, and moving off to the northeast. I'm going to zoom in, and there's Rio Vista, Lake Road, Liberty Valley, Coal Chute Road. There's Liberty Valley Road, also running north-south there, and then Highway 60 and area. We'll broaden our view just a touch, and I will just tell you that if you're in Augusta right now or anywhere along White River, go ahead and think about getting into your safe spot, especially Highway 33. We'll be moving into that area. We really hope that this misses out on a lot of populated areas, but we know that there are numerous homes along Highway 64 and along those county roads. And we aren't sure that it is producing anything, but it is tornado warned now, and it does look like it is wrapping up somewhat there to the south of Bald Knob. There's the new scan. It does look in a rather small area toward and away from the radar site back in Little Rock, and it will cross out to the east of Bald Knob on Highway 64. Again, those roads that I mentioned to you. Augusta, it looks like you could be to the south of the eventual path of this as it crosses by the White River on up to the north. That is a new tornado warning. James, are you seeing anything on up?
Just a very, very dangerous situation still east of Tuckerman, approaching US 67. Let's take the storm scan feed. I think the tornado may be very, very close to this camera. We have a couple of people on the road out there. That is a very bad idea to be driving there on US 67, right where this camera is located. But it doesn't look like the roads are very busy. That's certainly a good thing. I'll be keeping a close eye on this camera. I want to go back to the radar image to show you exactly where this thing is. We're getting very close now to 67. I mean, very, very close. And the camera that we were just looking at is actually positioned directly on US 67. All right, let's go back to scan here. I just saw a couple of flashes here. Let's just stick with this for maybe 30 to 60 seconds, and we'll see if we can see anything, because we know there's a tornado down. We know it's about to cross US 67. You can actually, I know it's nighttime. The visibility is pretty good thanks to tons of lightning here. But we have gotten reports of damage from Jackson County. This is, again, we're looking southbound on US 67.
James, I think it's going to be coming directly from the right side of the screen. I think it's very close to it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the data feed. I mean, it might be right there.
I'm seeing it just where Highway 37 crosses Highway 67, and that's where the rotation is.
It would appear that traffic is being held way back in this direction, hopefully not continuing to come. I think everybody should stop if they're on US 67. A couple of the cameras back towards the south captured this thing. It looks pretty wide to me. Just got the newest update on the debris tracker. We can take a look at that just about a minute ago.
Yeah, it's right there.
It continues. Yeah, I mean, it is. It looks like it's on the other side now, other side of the. I just got a new update, and it's pushed across. On the other side, it looks like, or just very well getting close to it. Because this is now just to the northeast of Tuckerman. It looks like it might have actually been taking a little bit of a jog towards the north there. But this still continues to wrap up. We'll go back to the camera if we think we have anything. Still have multiple tornado warnings. I do have a little bit of good news, though, Barry. The tornado warning for the southeast part of Pulaski County, or the storm that's in southeast Pulaski, northern Jefferson, was canceled.
Yeah, not so in White County.
Right.
Let's come back to right here, and this has it certainly hasn't died any. Out to the east of Highway 64, east of Bald Knob on 64, there is a definite area of rotation, maybe broad, but the outbound winds are quite impressive, and the inbound really are too, and they're in a relatively small area. I'll look for any sign of debris drop out, and I don't really see that for now, but you are in a warning in northeastern White County, and it will be moving, it looks like, just to the north of Augusta. But Augusta, I want you to take a special note of this, especially if you live north of town. You need to get into that tornado safe spot in your house. What you've designated an interior closet, a bathroom, away from exterior walls and windows in the lowest floor of your house. Let's make it through this. Even if there's not a tornado, go ahead and take shelter in that Highway 64 corridor, because it's not going to inconvenience you very long. We just saw these. They're just racing up to the northeast at 60, 65 miles per hour sometimes. But that looks like a fairly impressive outbound and inbound right there. That's the new scan. And if anything, I think as it moves toward the White River, may be strengthening just a touch. And we're going to continue to watch that in the northeastern part. That's out to the northeast of Searcy, and just out to the west of Augusta, moving off to the east-northeast.
Hey, I think we have a camera feed from Austin Burks. Austin, are you there?
Yeah, James, no camera feed. The signal is pretty bad through here, but we're kind of playing catch up right now. We're about to hop back on, I think 67. Did have a lowering while we were on the backside of this. Couldn't tell if it was rotating, but it looked like it was a pretty good developing wall cloud as this system or this storm was moving just to the east of Bald Knob. So we're just playing catch up right now, trying to get back up with this. Maybe hopping on 64. See if there could be any kind of damage and see if there's a touchdown or something, but might head towards Augusta next to catch back up with the storm as it's quickly racing off towards the east.
Okay, so you did confirm a lowering. All right, let's go back to Jackson County. We've got still a confirmed tornado right near Highway 67. That's just to the east of Tuckerman now. And let's go back to the camera real quick. This is...
I took it down.
I'll
put it
we'll
right
go back
back
to it
up.
in just a second. I'll show you, though. Highway 67, this is where we have a confirmed tornado down moving towards the east. And here's Cache coming up just across the county line, Highway 18. This is an area very familiar with tornadoes. We've had a few tornadoes in this region over the course of the last few years. The tornado debris signature just took a jog to the north. It's really very close to 226 and US 67 there at Denton Island. So that is where the current circulation is. That's where the current debris signature is. And the tornado warning now, Barry, that goes all the way out to Jonesboro.
It does. I've got that camera right there at the corner of, at the intersection of 226 and 67. It is looking northbound, but there's a ton of lightning along it right now. It's looking northbound from that intersection rather than southbound or westbound, but it's going to be very close, I think, to that area. There's a debris dropout still with that storm also, and yeah, terrible up in the northern part of Jackson County.
So that circulation just jumped towards the north, maybe a sign that it's going to start weakening.
Let's go back, if we can, out to the west of Augusta.
Okay.
Here, and I want to show the velocity signature with this storm that is tornado warned, and it is out to the west of Augusta, and now moving north of 64, but it's moving off to the east-northeast. This is very pronounced outflow, and I think inflow. I look for debris. I don't see any of that, but that is quite a couplet there. If you're in the Augusta area or just to the north of town, go ahead and take precautions right now. If you're south of Augusta, it's going to go past to the north of you. It is going to be out to the east of 67 as it moves into that area just across White River into northern Woodruff County, and eventually up into Weldon and Tupelo on up along Highway 17. But for now, I think this is the strongest that I've seen it. It is really wrapped up, but no obvious sign of debris. But I don't like the way it looks. I think it's getting a little bit tighter in its circulation and a little stronger with every scan there.
All right, we can start to stick with that one. The tornado debris signature east of Swifton looks like it has started to weaken. That is what is left of it right over US 67. So as the tornado approached US 67, took a jog to the north, and looks like it has started to weaken just a little bit. I'll throw that in motion, and we can look at that, and it's very easy to determine. You have tornado near Tuckerman, tornado near the highway, approaching 67, and the tornado maybe not quite as either strong or the tornado not down anymore. So I'll continue to watch this storm as it moves towards Cache in Egypt, but I think the storm to the south is really becoming the one to watch, at least for the moment.
Absolutely. And it will be moving off to the north. Let's just go ahead and look at some other storms. There's one north between Jacksonville and Cabot. Nothing of note with that. This one down to the south of England right now still is a supercell thunderstorm that doesn't look like it's rotating, and that's why there's just a severe thunderstorm warning along it. But it's going to be a strong wind producer, a lightning producer. It could be power outages due to either wind or lightning, probably more so lightning now with this storm. And velocity-wise, I don't see a ton with it, but we're going to continue to watch it as it moves on toward Humnoke and on up to the northeast, and eventually over into Monroe County, into pardon me, from Lone Oak into Prairie County as well. So that's the storm there. And then I want to give one more look at a storm down to the south in northern Ouachita County. And this one looks like...
Yeah, Bear, let's take a look at the one in Dallas County, too.
Yeah, it's very broad rotation there, but that storm was not warned. Pardon me, a lot of talking tonight. But it does look like there's some wind potential there south of Princeton. But it has not been warned right now, and I'm sure the National Weather Service is looking at that. Here's an overview of our state with radar superimposed, and boy, the modeling really showed, let's see, our time's coming up on midnight here. It showed it probably a little farther east than that around midnight, but it just showed storm after storm after storm after storm out by themselves. And the modeling in the last 24 hours, I think, has really started to do very well as far as depicting that. And it was something that we were just hoping nothing would happen. And that is obviously not the case. We have had confirmed tornadoes, and we're not out of the woods yet. These storms will go because there's so much energy out there. They're going to sustain themselves for a while. At some point, we hope that they do lose their ability to rotate. We go to north of Augusta right now. The velocity on this storm still very pronounced. How about debris? Yeah, I don't really see anything there. But if you're in that area north of Augusta right now, this is a couplet of winds coming toward and going away from the radar site. Out to the west of Highway 33, this storm will kind of parallel it, where 33 goes off to the northeast and be moving eventually on up into Weldon and Tupelo, off to the east of there.
That is impressive looking circulation there, headed towards Tupelo.
It really is. And so that's why I say if you're in that area, just get into your safe spot. Whether or not this is on the ground, really irrelevant, because it could at any point be on the ground.
So there's a couple of things I want to point out. Watch that storm north of Augusta. One, the storm that's moving southeast of Little Rock continues to split. So a lot of you in Little Rock and North Little Rock just had a big burst of hail. Not tornadic, so we're not really talking about it, but you did see that. That's through Cabot now. This storm is going through another split north of England. There's some large hail that's going to be headed towards Carlisle. This storm is rotating once again near England and Coy. So we're watching that very closely. There's some weak rotation with that. And we do have a new tornado warning now that does include Fordyce. And it's included for the rotation that's back towards the north of Camden. Bearden, you're included as well. Got to watch this rotation, though, in the southern part of Dallas County, south of Princeton. Eventually, I think this entire line right here could end up moving towards Risen. So if you're in that area of the state, we'll be mindful of that. You guys go ahead and get in your tornado safe spot as these storms move off towards the northeast. At this point, there are fewer storms to track, but each one of them very dangerous. You've got the very dangerous storm moving out of Jackson County, and then we've got the one moving into northern Woodruff County. And we'll be keeping an eye on the one that's in southern Lone Oak County. It's not tornado warned at this time. But if you're north of Augusta, that is probably the most... we don't have a debris signature, but north of Augusta, we have a very strong circulation that leads me to believe we could have a tornado at any point. This is just north of town. This is going to approach Tupelo, Pleasant Grove, along Arkansas Highway 33. All those locations. Hopefully, you're already in a tornado safe spot. It's going to be north of a couple of locations for you. The airport there in Woodruff County off Highway 64, we're talking about north of that, north of the Cypress Creek Country Club. This is up towards Pleasant Grove and Tupelo where this is headed. And I think eventually this takes this into southern Jackson County. And speaking of Jackson County, I'll very quickly mention this is in the TV market for Jonesboro. Our friend Ryan Vaughn certainly will be covering this tornado. This tornadic circulation continued to look like it weakened as it moved out of Jackson County. Now all our attention is on storm to the south in Woodruff County as we move quickly to the northeast. And Tupelo really looks to be under the gun for this one. This is far northern Woodruff County.
Yeah, that storm is up to the north of Augusta.
Yeah, I can confirm power flashes from Augusta from a storm chaser.
Wow.
So we've got a tornado down.
All right.
And we got a debris signature now. Tornado down north of Augusta on Highway 33.
Okay. So there it is. And I don't see, still not seeing, boy, it might be the beginnings of a debris dropout right there.
There it is. Yeah, Highway 33.
Yeah.
Coming up Tupelo. Had a storm chaser. Cole Outlaw just confirmed power flashes from that storm. This is north of Highway 64. So very dangerous situation north of Augusta. Again, I think this is north of town. So in Augusta, I don't think you have to worry right now. But this is continuing to race off towards the northeast. So if you are near Tupelo or you are along Highway 33, get to a safe spot right now. Put as many walls between you and the storm as possible. There's Weldon, there's Tupelo, Highway 33, and this tornado confirmed now will be moving up towards Highway 17 here very shortly, and that is that's going to be in the southern part of Jackson County. Again, I'll show you the debris dropout that we have there from the Weather Service. I'm looking to see what they think. I did end up seeing a picture from a traffic camera of that tornado that went north of Newport. Hopefully, this thing doesn't last too long. We've seen some of our tornadoes get down and last quite a while tonight. Hopefully, that is not the case of what happens here. But that is the storm that we're watching very closely that is approaching Tupelo. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for the storm that's coming up towards Rison, Star City, and Pine Bluff. We're currently watching some weak rotation, but it is severe thunderstorm warned. We still have a tornado warning down towards the south, towards Bearden. The rotation there, I'll tell you, is not as strong as it is on these storms towards the north, but we want you to be in your safe place north of Camden. I think Camden's going to be fine. Highway 270, 79, Bearden, towards the north, Thornton, Fordyce. Let's get to those tornado safe places as we watch these storms race off towards the northeast. We are still keeping an eye on the storm in Lonoke County. It has mainly, at least for the last few moments, been a big hail producer, but we are still watching the rotation there. And then from the Memphis radar, the storm that is moving through Augusta, we have a massive debris signature there. Barry, I think that's going to be seen very well on storm scan from the Memphis radar. That is going to be the best way to view that storm.
Well, we can also see it from, but I'll put that over there. But let's go. Yeah, you can see it now approaching Weldon and Tupelo. This is from the Little Rock radar site, but there's that storm that passed north of Augusta, and that's why we said Augusta and northward along 33 there. You need to take your tornado precautions, and lo and behold, it looks like there was debris right about where the highway turns right there, and it's paralleling 33 as it moves up into that southern part of Jackson County. We've already had a tornado in northern Jackson County, but this is in this will be on down on Highway 17, Weldon and Tupelo, down in that part of. And I'm going to back out and just show you what we're looking at here. Here's the radar with that storm all out by itself. You always look at this little tail that's coming down here. Here's a new storm scan of it. And yeah, very impressive rotation right there, both from the Memphis radar and from the Little Rock radar. But that's where we're seeing it, and where those two come together along Highway 33, that is where we're seeing what we have confirmed with power flashes that has produced a tornado. All right, let's go back down to the south in Lonoke County. I just want to keep an eye on this storm real quickly for you folks over there. Looks like it does have a hail core with it of note around Coy, but velocity-wise, I think just more wind than anything with that. And on down to the south, another wind producer out to the east of Princeton and northwest of Fordyce. There's a tornado warning on that storm down north of Camden, approaching the Bearden area. So Fordyce, hard to tell there, but we're going to watch this storm for you as it begins to move that way. This one with the little tail coming down, so that we're watching that little notch right there. So Fordyce, you would be, along with Bearden, very close to the center of rotation of this storm. Storms are becoming fewer and farther between, and that is some good news out of all of this, but we're still watching the storm up in northern part of Woodruff County, and I'm just going to go to the velocity mode on this and show you that is still just very steadily tracking to the northeast. Haven't looked at the debris signature on that in a while. but it still looks like there is a considerable drop out there. So that just means that there is debris being lifted up that doesn't look like the rain and maybe hailstones that are flying around. It's something other than that, and that's why we know that it is debris being lofted, sticks and leaves and things that the tornado would pick up. This is quite a system. And there will be other storms that are confirmed up in northeast Arkansas. We've seen up into the Walnut Ridge area. We've seen I've seen power flashes and confirmation of tornadoes on the ground there as well. So we're watching all these storms, including that one in northeastern Ouachita County.
All right, so we're close now to midnight. Typically, our tornado events don't go a whole lot longer than midnight. You start to lose some of the ingredients that you need. So hopefully we start to see this threat winding down. The tornado warning that's going into Jackson County will be out of the Little Rock TV market shortly. They're going to be dealing with that in northeast Arkansas. And our focus is going to shift towards watching the storm that's about to go north of Stuttgart and the pair of storms that are going through South Arkansas. The other storms that were down there really are beginning to fizzle. So this is really becoming about 3 storms for us here in Arkansas, and this is just so rare to see big supercells spread out like this. I'm really thankful it's not 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, because I think it could be worse if we had all that daytime heating to work with. It's still March, so we are losing daytime heating, even though we still are plenty unstable. So I'm going to take a look. We just looked at the storms down to the south for South Arkansas. Tornado warning still in effect down there. Very quickly, I want to look at the storm that's right along. That's coming up on Humnoke. There's some very large hail falling in Lonoke County. We still do have weak rotation, but it's very broad. It does not warrant a tornado warning at this time. That is going to be tracking towards the Stuttgart Municipal Airport, which sits just to the north of town. So that is to keep in mind. The large hail right now is to the south of Lonoke, Carlisle, and Hazen. This is moving off towards the east-northeast, and this storm, if it continues to hold together, may impact Clarendon and cross over the White River here pretty soon, and Brinkley down the road. We'll need to be watching that for you. Still looks like a pretty healthy supercell. The storm that's entering Jackson County, maybe the debris isn't quite as strong as it just was over the last 5 to 10 minutes or so. Looking at it from the Memphis radar berry, it's a little more difficult to detect if there's a tornado debris signature. At least I'm having trouble finding it now. So that's a good sign.
Yeah, that is a good sign.
A lot of flat ground out there. In fact, I think I can confirm that we may not have a tornado debris signature. We may be with no tornado, just very strong rotation there approaching Tupelo.
It is not as strong as it was. I will tell you, though, from the Little Rock radar, it does still look like there is rotation, but you're right. The debris part of it, I think, is waning somewhat. The inbound wind, if you will, I think is waning somewhat. That's the Little Rock radar, and I will show you, if we just move over a little bit, you can see the Memphis radar as well. It just goes to whichever is closest, and luckily we have 2 different radars. We can look at things, but the outbound and inbound wind in the south part of Jackson County. Hopefully that was a more short-lived tornado, but we feel certain that it was a tornado. Down to the south Lonoke County, we're watching this storm right here. Still nothing in the way of rotation that I've seen. Nope. Looks like there is some wind maybe coming out of it. There's a lot of lightning and thunder, obviously, with a lot of these storms. And there is hail along with that one as well. It's now moved past Coy, and it's out to the northwest of Humnoke and be moving toward the small community of Hamilton, south of Carlisle. This will be moving off to the north, as is the storm motion of all of these storms for tonight. And as we look elsewhere in South Arkansas, we've got 2 storms. One more of a wind producer. As we look into Dallas County, it's kind of a bowed out wind feature right there. And then west of Bearden, it's a long way away, but there is some sign of a couplet of right there. And that's the kind of the southern storm of the 2 storms. And so you would think that one has more ability to ingest the warm, moist air. And if there is a tornado, that's where it would be. And there is a tornado warning with that. I'm going to take you back in time and show you that that one is moving off to the east-northeast. And there's the latest scan right there. And that would eventually put it near Fordyce. But first, it'll have to go across Highway 205. It's 203, Highway 203, northwest of Bearden. That's where this rotation is. I don't see any debris signature on that. Would have to loft it a long way up in the air. And I don't see an obvious sign there, but that does not mean that it's not producing a tornado down in that northeastern part of Ouachita County. So we continue to watch all these storms. This is quite a night of severe weather. Northeast Arkansas may have taken the brunt of this. It looks like there was a lot of storm activity over there. Very conducive. The upper level winds made for everything coming together for tonight. And we are not done watching it, even though we are past the midnight hour tonight. We're going to watch those storms in southern Arkansas. As James mentioned, hopefully we run out of the ingredients necessary to bake this tornado-producing cake that has developed for tonight out there. It's a horrible night. We know that many lives were affected, and so we're going to continue until the last bit of rotation is gone. We're going to just stay here with you. But we're going to watch the storm even just out to the southeast of the Little Rock area right now. I don't think it has any rotation whatever along with it. But hail-producing thunderstorm, and it's around Humnoak and up on Highway 13 there, a small community of Hamilton along Highway 13 that we're really looking at that. James, anything else that you can see?
Still watching the storm north of Tupelo, a tornado warning that continues there. This is in southern Jackson County, and we're just moving with this storm off towards the northeast. Still, it's very strong rotation, but we do not have a tornado debris signature with it as it moves towards the northeast. Let's hope that it stays that way. The overall picture of this storm is still a very strong storm, but I'm hoping that maybe it's at least beginning to encounter some issues. This is the view from the Memphis radar. It's crossing over and has crossed over Arkansas Highway 17. This is well to the southeast of 67, Jacksonport, Newport. This is not affecting you guys. We are going to see this continue to move off towards the northeast, eventually getting close to Fisher. Along, that's US 49. Arkansas 145 is also just towards the south. It's moving just slightly north of east. So east-northeast here at about 30 to 45 miles per hour. And as it continues to move towards the northeast, I think here shortly we'll be handing this storm off to our friend over in Region 8. We'll be watching it very closely. They're still dealing with tornado-warned storms that were in the Channel 7 viewing area earlier. Looks like that has gone north of Jonesboro, the one that went through the Newport, Tuckerman area. That storm is now passing north of Jonesboro. Watching some new development back towards the northwest of Cabot, and there is just no rotation with that, and I think it'll stay that way. And there's still another tornado warning down in South Arkansas, and we'll take another close look at this one as it approaches the Fordyce area. Still some strong rotation north of Bearden. In fact, it's been a little bit stronger just within the last few moments as it approaches Highway 79. So again, it's not to the same strength on radar that we have seen over in North Arkansas, but still strong enough rotation for a tornado warning. And as it approaches Fordyce, we just want everyone from Bearden down to Fordyce to be in their tornado safe spot. That's along Highway 79. There's Arkansas 229 that runs just to the north of Fordyce along with 167. So that's the entire tornado warning polygon. A pretty impressive storm that we've got down here, and this is going to be continuing to move towards the northeast. It remains to be seen how long these storms down here can hold together. They still seem pretty mature and continue to race off towards the northeast. There's a large hail threat with these, and also a wind threat, and then the tornado warning. The only other tornado warning outside of northeast Arkansas includes Bearden, and this does not include places like Hampton or Warren. This is just the Bearden to Fordyce corridor, at least at this point. I do want to tell you, I'm looking at Arkansas power outages. We have over 30,000 without power. We have many of those coming from North Arkansas, White County, 4,500 without power. These storms produced a lot of lightning, so a lot of these power outages are not due to tornado damage, but just due to the storms themselves. We have quite a few power outages southwest of Sheridan. Looks like southwest of town there were power outages back towards the Hot Spring, Clark County line. As we track that storm, there's only a few power outages in Sheridan. Maybe that's indicative of them not having a tornado damage there. But there are about 70 customers without power in Sheridan. And then there's been power outages with that storm as it tracked up through England. Quite a few power outages into Lonoke County. And, of course, Woodruff County and Jackson County have just joined the list on counties that have quite a few power outages. So here is the overall situation as we continue to get through this severe weather event. We have numerous tornado warnings still in effect along the line up in northeast Arkansas. The last of those storms are beginning to move into the northeast corner of the state towards the Jonesboro area, and really then we're going to be watching is this storm south of I-40, which at least for the last little bit has been a large hail producer, and then the two storms down in southwest Arkansas producing quite a bit of large hail as well. You see the new tornado warning coming there? That's the continuation of the storm that's moving out of Jackson County, and that storm is going to and I'll zoom into that storm and we can take another close look at it. We still have very strong rotation with this storm, and now it's moving northeast of Weldon. So the velocity signature still pretty strong, not as strong as what we saw, let's say, near Tuckerman or Ashflat earlier. I think those were big, strong tornadoes. But this one northeast of Weldon along Arkansas 145 approaches Arkansas Highway 14 here in just a couple of minutes. I think this is going to stay to the south of Grubbs as it approaches Waldenburg. And that's Arkansas Highway 14 there intersecting US 49. So just a few more minutes till this crosses the county line. Hopefully if you're east of Weldon in any of these locations, you are in your tornado safe place and you don't have to stay there for a whole lot longer. But this impressive looking supercell still carries with it the chance that it could get strong enough to produce a tornado. I'm hoping though that as we have passed midnight, things start to wind down here pretty soon. But that's the one, at least in that part of the state, Barry, that we're having to keep a close eye on.
James, I'm watching South Arkansas still, and I still think this storm down to the northwest of Bearden, about to move into Dallas County, has the potential, anyway, of being a tornado producer. And I'm going to let you, along with me, we're going to look at this debris signature here. And I don't know if that's could perhaps be a tiny dropout. It's very near where the storm has gone. It doesn't look all that strong, but it's a long way from the radar site. And so I'm just going to say, playing it safe rather than sorry, Highway 79 running to the from Bearden to Thornton, along that line right there, and Highway 205, go ahead and get into your safe spot. This is going to be moving up toward Fordyce. The eventual motion may take it just to the north of there, but as it moves into southern Dallas County, go ahead and get into that safe spot because of this storm. We're really hoping that this storm will quit exhibiting the signs of rotation it has. And it's about, let me see, it's a long way from the radar site. It's about 70 miles away from the radar site there, but close enough that we can see the area of rotation and the potential, anyway, for some severe weather. Again, we'll go back to that debris signature, and I don't know that that is a debris signature along with that, but in any event, we're watching it for you, Fordyce, and then just the northwestern part of Calhoun County there, just across the line from Bearden. Highway 205 running there, and then County Highway 119 rushing down to meet Highway 273 in the southern part of the state. The other storm up in Dallas County is more of just a wind producer. I don't see much in the way of rotation with that, but there is some wind and a lot of lightning and thunder along with those storms, and a severe thunderstorm warning, not the tornado warning that we're seeing with the storm on down by Bearden. Still no obvious sign of rotation out in south of Hazen, but we're going to have to watch that storm just because of the shape of it right there. There's a little bit of inflow. I think that is more of a wind producer as it moves in the vicinity of Hazen, Highway 63, eventually over to Duvall's Bluff. And you can see that the Weather Service has said this is just a broad area that we're just going to watch this this large thunderstorm. Actually, it could be a cluster kind of thunderstorms right there to see if it has any sign of rotation. And then the storm that is exiting our viewing area up in Jackson County that James has been watching, and still, boy, it just doesn't look like it has quite the oomph that it had as looking at it from the Memphis radar. But still, it is a tornado-warned storm as it heads toward Waldenburg and up toward Wiener in northeastern part of the state. So those are the storms that we have going on right now. There are more up into Greene County, up into Clay County, up in far northeast Arkansas, tornado-warned storms. They extend up so far to the north. There are tornado warnings west of Chicago with this line of storms as it moves on up. And there you can see the whole breadth of this all the way up through Illinois. So we're at the southern end of this. There's one storm out into Mississippi. Tomorrow, we'll watch that southeastern corner of the state briefly, sort of late in the morning, southeast Arkansas. And then the focus shifts to Mississippi and Alabama, where there could be a horrid outbreak of tornadoes tomorrow. And I don't say that word lightly. It looks like a day that could be devastating for a number of spots. For us, I think there have been some lives that have been turned upside down by these storms tonight in our state, especially in North Arkansas. But we're going to stay with it until we get out of this situation for tonight. There is an end point for all these thunderstorms, and we hope that we reach those thunderstorm ends or their ability to rotate very, very soon, that we can be without tornado warnings. We've been now on the air for 4 or 5 hours with the constant string of tornadoes out there. Fordyce, we're still watching this storm for you. I don't think the rotation with it is quite as pronounced as it was. The outflow not quite as pronounced, but it is still a tornado-warned storm. So I want you to, along Highway 273, coming off of 79 there, 167, and then 79 branching off. I want you to be in your safe spot from Thornton, community of Bucksnort up here, and out to the west of Fordyce. There is some indication of rotation there, and until there is no indication of that, we're going to keep a close watch on this storm. Not much else happening in the state. That storm out to the east of Little Rock and the storm exiting our viewing area, heading over into the vicinity of Wiener and out of Jackson County. And is that storm quite as strong as it was, James, do we think?
I don't think so. At least it appears the rotation is not as strong as it was. And I'm just checking in with Austin Burke to see if he's in his vicinity. I know we've had a couple of chasers in the vicinity. Right now, we've gotten no reports of anything currently happening or any damage as this approaches Waldenburg. Doesn't mean it can't be down, but it just looks a little bit less impressive than some of the very impressive radar scans that we've seen, especially across North Arkansas tonight. So this is going to get very close to Highway 49. And, of course, remember Harrisburg had a big tornado back in the spring of 2020. I think this is going to miss Harrisburg, but this is headed into several counties and communities that have been hit hard over the years. This is just an area of the state that has been very, very busy. Austin says he's going back through looking for damage from behind this storm. So we'll see if he has anything to report here shortly. That is the view of the storm that is approaching Waldenburg. The tornado warning that's off towards the northeast is in effect for Poinsett and up towards Craighead County. So this does take it into the Jonesboro area. And unfortunately, busy night for them too. They've had a storm, a significant storm with a confirmed tornado. We still have confirmed tornadoes in the state up into northeast Arkansas, and that went northwest of Jonesboro, Bono to Herndon, and it's now north of that location. So we're still watching the storm that's off towards the southwest. This one may make more of a run for Jonesboro. It's quite impressive when you look at it. You've got the large supercell storm here, and it actually is starting to take on a little bit of a better orientation here. There's probably quite a bit of warm, humid air getting pulled into this thing. There's a core of large hail there as well, and we've got the possible tornado on the Jackson-Poinsett County line as it heads towards Wiener, and that is US 49 right there that runs up into the Jonesboro area. Does look like it's moving east-northeast, so it may end up staying south of Jonesboro towards Greenfield, Truman, and Bay, eventually getting out of the state as it continues to move northeast. Hey, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for those of you along I-40. Large hail up towards Hazen and Bisco. The severe thunderstorm warning goes out to Cotton Plant and Brinkley. We have continued to watch this storm for rotation, and there's just not a whole lot of rotation there. That is a very good sign at this point. But large hail continues to be a threat with that storm. Down towards southern Arkansas, we have still the pair of storms that look pretty impressive. Rising, it doesn't look like there's much in the way of rotation, but we do have a threat for large hail and strong winds with this storm. And hopefully, as this storm has approached Fortin and Thordice, the rotation just looks like it is a little bit weaker.
It's really diffuse now, just broadening out.
Yeah, so that is a good sign. Hopefully, and the overall storm shape is just a little bit smaller. Hopefully, we're starting to see these storms begin to fizzle out a little bit. I don't know that they're just going to go all night. They may not even make it to the Mississippi River. They may, but they may not, and that's what we hope happens here with this. So I would say we're down to about 3 storms, soon to be down to 2 storms. You've got the one storm exiting the Little Rock TD Market into the Poinsett County, and then you've got this storm along I-40 approaching the White River. It has been a large hail producer. Lots of reports of large hail. If you safely take pictures or video of any type of damage, hail, KATV.com is the place you can send that, or you can send it to our Facebook inbox, me or Barry, Austin Burks, Melinda Mayo, any of us. We can reach it there. Pine Bluff, this storm is staying to your south, producing prolific amounts of lightning, no doubt. Definitely a storm to keep your eye on. I don't think for tornado potential, but I think for the potential of large hail. Hopefully this storm doesn't begin to rotate. I think this may stay towards the south side of town, Barry, but I think the airport sits on the south side of town there, Grider Field, and so we may have a strong storm impacting those areas very, very soon. Fordyce, still, I want you to remain in your tornado safe place. We'll look at this tornado warning again. This warning is in effect until 12:30, so in about 9 minutes, we'll have a good idea on where the National Weather Service stands with this. And it's very broad.
They're saying,
rotation.
yeah, that because it's the south storm.
Yeah,
they're going to stay with it for just a little while longer, but if you look at it, the rotation is really broadened out, and there is some hail along with that storm. The one up to the north doesn't even have that much hail.
Okay, well, that's a good sign as we get further past midnight that some of our storms are beginning to show just a little bit of chinks in the armor on what has been a very impressive severe weather night. No doubt, I think a lot of our damage reports will come in tomorrow because it's dark. I have seen spotty reports across North Arkansas of some damage, some of it significant damage. But right now, we're watching this corridor rising down to Fordyce. One storm tornado warned, the other one severe thunderstorm warned, and a good chance that the tornado warning for Fordyce is canceled coming up here very shortly. There's a couple other pockets of rain that are trying to develop back towards Clark County, back into Lonoke County, and back into White County. I think it's very unlikely that any of that becomes an issue later on tonight. The big tornadic supercell that went through Jackson County is looking better and better as it moves into Poinsett County. It wouldn't surprise me to see a tornado produced from this here very soon. That's approaching Waldenburg. North of that, really, towards Wiener. Eventually, that's going to get up into Craighead County, and that really is on a more of a beeline for Jonesboro. It should, again, I think, stay just to the south, but this may end up headed right for Jonesboro or just to the south. This is an area of the state that's seen so many tornadoes. 2019, 2020, the big EF4 in 2021, December, began southeast of Jonesboro and continued into Tennessee. So I know it's an area of the state that's dealt with a ton of tornadoes. Hopefully this one's over quickly. I don't think we have a tornado down there. But, I do think we could have one very soon. There is a confirmed tornado in a part of the state that we don't cover a ton, but up towards Paragould, I just do want to mention tons of people live there. We got a pretty big tornado that looks like it could be down there. Looks like the warning says the tornado is confirmed. The velocity continues to strengthen and look very impressive. And that is coming up on Paragould. Looks like it's heading directly for Paragould. So a very dangerous situation developing there with that big supercell. But again, that's the northeast part of the state. And when you look at that circulation compared to what is further south, I mean, that was much, much more impressive. Our colors here, not quite as bright. The winds are quite a bit weaker down here in this part of the state. So
yeah.
Fordyce still under that tornado warning, but I'm betting that warning is going to be canceled here shortly.
I'm going to go over, if we can take our storm scan real quickly. This is from poweroutage.us, and we have 30,000 or so without power in Arkansas. Just looking up into Sharp County, 9,000 without power in Sharp County. So that's about a third of all the outages in the state up there. 2,200 Randolph County, 1,200 in Lawrence County, 1,400. So that northeastern part of the state. White County, 4,500 without power, customers without power. And over into Woodruff County, 504, which is a big chunk of Woodruff County. And then some down in Clark and down into Nevada County as well that make up the brunt of that. But northeast Arkansas has been quite hard along with that. We're looking again at this storm down in Fordyce, and it looks like it's just kind of running out of gas as far as rotation is concerned. I'm looking at the wind field there. I don't see hardly anything of note. And down into the northwestern part of Calhoun County, it did look like it had some rotation. We're going to be watching what the National Weather Service says about that. And also the storm out to the east of town still looks like it doesn't have much in the way of rotation. It's out to Devall's Bluff and points eastward and will be racing off to the east, and that'll be right along I-40, so it's not going to be any fun to travel along I-40. Possibility of hail. Yeah, from Devall's Bluff southward, that is the hail core of this storm, and it looks rather impressive. But rotation-wise, I'm just not seeing anything other than just a little bit of wind, but no rotating wind along with that. And so that is a good sign. The National Weather Service will be weighing in, I'm sure, on the storm down.
They're going to let that warning expire.
Yeah, rotation has just about all gone away, they say. So
it looks like that northern storm too is kind of beginning to fall apart as well. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't look quite as good as we look towards the Horizon area, and you can kind of see it from the Memphis radar. Look at these echoes. You had this big storm, and both of them now not quite as impressive as they were. The same could be said for the storm approaching I-40, just a little bit smaller. The two most dominant storms in the state now are completely outside of the Little Rock television market, but we care about Arkansas and every part of our state. And so we'll be bringing you updates on what happened up here constantly, and as we get through tomorrow. You have two very impressive tornadic supercells up in the northeast part of the state. One is in the northern part of Poinsett County, and the other is in the northern part of, or is approaching Paragould. You have two, and I think we may not be done counting tornadoes tonight. I think we've got a tornado or a possible tornado getting very close to Paragould. I don't know that I can confirm a debris signature looking at that, or looking at the one that's moving into Poinsett County. But you look at those two circulations, and then you look at the storms back towards the south, and these storms are just not rotating like the other storms to the north, even down in South Arkansas where you have this tornado warning. These storms are just not rotating like they are to the north. Of course, if you just take a quick look to the north, look at the severe thunderstorm warnings all across Missouri and Illinois and up to Chicago, and we had a big storm move across western Mississippi. But I think we're beginning to see the fizzling stage here. We're going to be watching these until they're completely done. But Barry, I think we're at least beginning to see the start of wrapping this up. Yeah, I would agree. No clear sign of rotation anywhere with the storms that remain across our state. And the one down in Fordyce is, although there's still a storm down there, still a lot of lightning, there is just no rotation at all. And so they're going to let that one expire. Here's the overview of the few storms that we have. The one that
is southeast of Des Arc and moving across the northern part of Monroe County and off to the northeast, and so that'll quickly race off to the east, and it doesn't look like it has the structure that would support rotation at all. And there just is no rotation with the storm that is from Fordyce up to Pine Bluff. There's a lot of rain with those two systems, but they are losing their ability to rotate. There's always an endpoint to a storm or to a series of storms, and hopefully we are reaching that for tonight. Before we go, we do want to thank you for trusting us with weather information tonight. I know we obliterated a lot of programming tonight, our news, the shows after news, but on a night like this, everybody deserves to be warned, and we have the technology to do it. Why wouldn't we do it? It's the most important thing we do here at Channel 7. So we're thankful for you, our viewers, and we work hard to keep your trust and do exactly what we should do, not overwarn or underwarn on these storms. The area around Kingsland there, I think this is tornado warning is still in effect, but I don't know exactly when that is until. Nope, they just let it go.
Okay. Let's. I want to look at the storm reports. We're going to be filling this map up tomorrow as we get delayed reports in. But we had a tornado go through maybe even further as far west as US 65, but Stone and Izard counties, north of Batesville, Sharp County, up into northeast Arkansas. There's some damage that's north of in the northern part of Jackson County, north of Newport. And I just did get a report north of Augusta have tornado damage back where we thought we had a tornado down on the north side of Augusta, at least for a brief period of time. So we did have several tornadoes tonight, and I think we'll see more confirmed. We had many reports of large hail, some wind damage down in southwest Arkansas, which could possibly be some tornado damage. So these reports, they'll continue to come in, but that's just kind of what we have on the board so far. So right now in the Little Rock TV market, we're watching 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, one out in eastern Arkansas and the one down south of Pine Bluff and just to the northeast of Fordyce. We are going to continue to watch those, but it looks like for the moment, the tornado threat is beginning to wind down. Barry, the worst damage in the state appears to be from North Arkansas. We don't have pictures because I don't think many people are out and about in those areas, at least right now. And I think tomorrow we'll have pictures of those locations. That's going to show some pretty big devastation.
I think so. I think there were large tornadoes that were on the ground for quite a while. As I said, people's lives turned upside down in a number of spots, and it may not quite be over around Paragould and
Jonesboro area. Yeah. Our friend Ryan Vaughn. Of course, that is the Jonesboro TV market, but we're going to be keeping an eye on it. And
northern Monroe County, all the way down to southwest of Pine Bluff, there is no sign of rotation with those storms, but we will be right here until the storms completely die. So stick around with us for tonight, and again, we'll be back on as necessary.